Hello and welcome to this, our 165th live stream. The credible Falk always checks the sources. This is a reference to our Monday Mana Machine alert, where we looked a little deeper into the Sinan Moses connection, and we checked some of the sources, and we found that, some of the sources being used to give that theory credibility were from UFOologists. Okay. Unsighted sources from UFOologists. So, it always pays to check the sources. Gives the whole ancient aliens thing a new twist. Okay, so we're glad you could all join us tonight. We want to thank you that you could be here. It's like, okay. Again, we want to remind people that if they want to join us for our Egypt in the Bible tour, please sign up. If you don't sign up, they don't know you want to go, and if we don't get enough people, we don't go. So, please do sign up if you're interested. Okay, the next thing is, let's get into the channel rules, and the channel rules are the same as always, which is Super Chats have priority. Now, we want to make one caveat, too, because we had to make someone go poof, which is, we won't answer questions that will run us afoul with the YouTube community standards or terms of service, okay? And we want to be really, really clear about that. So if you want to just come to be a provocateur and to get us in trouble, yeah, we're not going to answer those. We're not going to entreat those questions. And that particular individual has pushed the line several times. So if it's a legitimate question, that's one thing. Okay, but it's still, we cannot answer questions that are going to run afoul with the community standards. So that's why his super chat went poof. Okay? And there's nothing that guarantees that we will answer a super chat either. Okay, that's the other thing about YouTube super chats. Super chats will give you visibility, but they're also not guaranteed. Okay? Now, we try to do a good faith effort to answer all super chats because we think that that's important. But we're not going to jeopardize the community for the sake of a super chat. All right? So, did you delete that? Delete that one. No, there's another one that just came up that you should delete. $8.10. Next one, right after that. It's the one in between. Well, then I'll delete it here. This guy's gone. Okay. So, maybe you should refresh your display. Okay. So, okay, so that's the first rule. Super chats have priority. Second rule is, if you want to ask a non-super chat question, begin your question with a Q and a colon. If you don't do that, we don't see it. So, everyone here knows that. If you post a non-super chat, only do so once. Okay. Next is, if it's a verse from the Bible or a foreign word, we need some context. So, in the case of something from the Bible, do include the book it's from, the chapter and the verse. And if it's a foreign word in foreign language, tell me what language you think it's in and what you think it means, so we can just sort of narrow the question down. And finally, if you sponsor a non-super chat, we ask that you repeat the question in your super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it, because it's just taking us like 5-10 minutes to just find it in the... It's one of those things. We're getting so many chats now on these live streams that it's difficult for us to go back and find things. So just put it in your question and we will answer it. Okay? All right. So with that said, let's get into questions. I'm going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. First one here is actually from Christian Maoist. And he asks, Numbers 25 changes the Moabite to Midianite. I think it's the P author's doing. How else would you explain the lack of mention of Zipporah? P is also more antagonistic to Moses. Okay. Now, he's assuming the documentary hypothesis, and this is not an untypical documentary hypothesis interpretation of the passage. However, I think there's actually a better explanation for the lack of mention of Zipporah that makes sense. Okay? Numbers 25, you're getting towards the end of the wandering period. Okay? So this is sort of the end of the journey for the Israelites. They've at this point spent their 40-ish years in the wilderness, and the whole generation has died off, pretty much, including Zipporah. Okay? She's dead at this point. At least she's high likelihood to be dead at this point. Okay? Because they all died. That entire generation died off. So we know Moses remarries in Numbers 12. That sort of breaks the alliance of the marriage alliance that Moses and the Israelites had with the Midianites. So I think that's the better explanation for why Zipporah's not mentioned, because she's already been deceased for a long time at this point. So I think that's a much more better explanation than just some redactor coming in and changing things. Okay? So I think that's a better explanation here. I've never found these documentary hypothesis redaction stories to be compelling. I just see better explanations just out of the pure reading of the text. So I don't think adding a redactor here adds anything to this text. It doesn't really make it clearer. It doesn't add more information than what was already there in the text. And frankly, it can also muddle things. In this particular case, it muddles the text by saying, oh, Zipporah was taken out, when actually she wasn't going to be there in the first place because she'd already died. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. The next non-super chat here is from Joseph Samuel Hamilton. 2 Thessalonians 1:9 and Revelation 14:10 seem to directly contradict each other on whether hell is in the presence of God. How can they be reconciled? Great question. Let's bring up the 2 passages and we'll read them. So, 2 Thessalonians 1 verse 9. Okay. And these they're talking about those who are condemned, will pay the penalty of eternal destruction away from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of his power. Okay, so this is the idea that those who are consigned to everlasting punishment will be outside of the presence of the Lord. Then we go to Revelation 14 and verse 10. He will also drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is mixed in full strength in the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. Okay. And smoke will go up forever and ever. Okay, so then what do we have here when it talks about, say, in the presence of God versus outside the presence of God versus, say, outside or in the presence of the holy angels and of the Lamb. All right. The one thing we kind of need to understand that is there is a the presence here is in the sight of. Okay? So when we look at, say, Revelation 14, it's in the sight of the holy angels and the sight of the Lamb. And it's often translated as presence, but there is it's the word for visual acuity. Whereas in, say, 2 Thessalonians 2, or sorry, 1 verse 9, it's outside of the face of. Okay, so they're using different terminologies here. So away from the face of the Lord. Now, there is a theological distinction, and you see this used a lot in, say, Greek Orthodoxy. In Eastern Orthodoxy, they have this what's called the essence-energy distinction. And it's actually very useful. I'll have to hand this to the Eastern Orthodox. This energy essence distinction is incredibly useful for some of these passages, like particularly this one here, where you can have, for example, something outside of the direct, influence of the essence of God, but still be affected by his energies. So that, and sometimes, and the way they sometimes explained it is kind of like the sun. You have the fire of the sun and its astronomical body, putting out all this energy, but and that's the essence. The sun itself is the essence of the sun, but we still feel the light and the heat from the sun, and that's the energy of the sun. So I think what we have here is that people are going to be away from God's essence. And that's what it means to be separated from the Lord in the second death. And so when in 2 Thessalonians 1:9, when it talks about these will pay, away from the face of the Lord, it's away from his essence. It's separated from his essence. But it's still within reach of the sight of the angels and the sight of the Lamb through that energy connection. So I think it's one of those things where you can run away from facing God, but you can't run away from his influence. So I think that's what's going on here. Is in the 2 Thessalonians passage, we're talking about being in the direct presence and glory of God, whereas, for example, in those who are consigned to eternal fire, they're going to be bathed in the holy light of God, but at the same time too, and they can be seen by the angels and seen by the Lamb, but they're not going to be directly in God's presence. So so that's how I think that distinction is happening here. So that's how the two can be reconciled. So it's a great question. Thank you very much for the question. It does use different terms for presence, so that's really helpful when we get passages like this that seem to use the same word in English but are different in the Greek. So thank you so very much for the question, and it's a great question. Okay, the next one here is, I'm going to take that 20 or 22. Let me explain. Follows of the Shepherd asks, what is the history of the clan interpretation of ages in the Bible? It goes back to a German theologian by the name of Friedrich Gardner. And he wrote in the 1870s. And he's the guy who first came up with this view. it's very interesting because the whole idea of clans had sort of dropped out of biblical interpretation just because sort of clans themselves dropped out of European society. So, you start getting into the time of the Roman Empire, clans are starting to diminish all over Europe. It's becoming a more metropolitan, more urban kind of lifestyle. So when you start get urbanism, you start seeing the clan systems of various nations diminish. So it's really when theologians of the late 19th century started looking at, say, comparative linguistics. Particularly at that time, it was the relationship between Arabic and Hebrew. This is one of the things we need to. This is one of those. This is one of those things that we see in the development of, say, theology. Back in the late 19th century, it was thought that the closest relationship to Hebrew of any language was Arabic. Now, Akkadian had already been cracked, but it took a while for theologians to sort of start to integrate Akkadian into their studies. But you look at lexicons like Brown, Driver, Briggs, the comparison of Hebrew to cognate languages is going to be to Aramaic, and it's going to be to Arabic. So, particularly Old Arabic. So it was when they started doing those comparisons, those comparative Semitics, that they started looking at Arabic culture and noticing, hey, there's some clan stuff happening in these Arabic cultures. Maybe that also applies to some of the readings of the Bible too. And it was Friedrich Gardner who made that first connection between ages in the Bible and and clans. So it's a theory that's been around a while. I wouldn't say it's had a huge traction. I think one of the reasons it hasn't had a lot of traction is this is just one more cultural study that people have to add to their Old Testament. And unfortunately, Old Testament scholars are kind of slow to get on board with cultural studies. So there's it's taken some time for it to start to take hold as such. But it's undeniable that it's in the Bible. It's absolutely undeniable that's in the Bible. But I think there's still going to be some people who are going to contest the interpretation that the ages in Genesis and Exodus have a clan interpretation just because of, say, the tenacity of things like young earth creationism. American young earth creationism, to be specific. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Now we're going off to the super chats. The first super chat here is from AT Ministries, and we're going to have to defer this one for another week. I know we put this off from last week. I've just been so swamped with getting a peer-reviewed article out, and my deadline is Wednesday. So prayers are deeply appreciated because this has not gone smoothly, not in the slightest. So I'm going to have to defer this for another week. I'm sorry about that. I want to take this question seriously because I think it's a great question and it needs a good, thorough answer, which is why I need to also defer it for yet another week. So I'm sorry about that, but we will get to it. Promise. Okay, the next super chat here is from TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Who is the most underrated biblical figure? Okay, I've got my pick. I'm going to ask my producer. Who do you think is the most underrated biblical figure? Not overrated, underrated. JL? You think JL is? Okay, she thinks JL. I'm gonna pick one that's related to that. Barack. I think Barack gets done dirty. Okay, now Barack is the general. He's the Israelite general who's partners with Deborah. And Deborah says, go and attack the king of Hatzor. And he says, no, wait. I'm not going to do this thing unless you come with me. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's smart. He's not going to just trust the word of a prophet, without some, he wants to know that you really believe this enough to put your own skin in the game. And she says, okay, well, you won't get the glory of killing Sisera. A woman will do it instead. And he says, you know what? I'm fine with that. He doesn't. I like Barack because he's not motivated by personal glory. Yeah. He doesn't kid. He doesn't. He is not vilified for this, but because if you look in Hebrews 11, his name is mentioned right before Samson's. So he's not vilified. In fact, he's basically honored as having done an act of faith. So, so I think he's really underrated. I think he gets the short end of the stick. Everyone kind of goes, Deborah, yay, Brock, boo. No. No. Brock is not a villain. He's a hero. He had to go do the dirty work. Yeah, he wanted to make sure that this was a real prophecy. That he wasn't just putting everyone's life on the line for a false prophet. You gotta admire that. You gotta admire that sort of saying, okay, yeah, I believe you, but I want to make sure that you believe you. Okay? I think that's totally cool and totally acceptable. So, I think Barack is perhaps the most underrated biblical figure. He's a good judge. He's in that first four that first third of the book of Judges. So he's a good judge. Everyone recognizes he's a good judge. So he's definitely in that first third of judges. He's not a mediocre judge. He's not a bad judge. He's a good judge. But he doesn't get the credit for it. And even when you hear expository teachings on, say, Hebrews 11, they never talk about Barack. So he's very underrated. Very underrated. So that would be my pick for most underrated biblical figure. Okay. Now, the next super chat here is also from TBD for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Who is the most overrated biblical figure? Oh, I know who I pick. It's an obvious one for me. Samson. Oh, yeah. My producer says, oh, yeah, no question.
Always.
What
kind of woman? She's like, how do I kill you? And he says, well, I'll lose my strength.
Oh yeah, he keeps lying. He keeps lying, not knowing he's telling the truth inadvertently.
Who is so stupid?
Oh yeah.
As to keep telling someone.
Oh yeah.
He tells her elucidative A. It happens. Elucidative B happens.
Yes. Well, I mean, he's a dirtbag. I mean, Samson is a real dirtbag. And he's lionized in every Sunday school I've ever seen. You know, you go to some kid's Sunday school and you'll see pictures of Samson, you know, killing a lion. You know, it's like, okay, now you're ritually impure because you've touched a corpse. But instead of going through the purification ritual at Shiloh, he just carries on as if nothing happens. You know, he finds honey in that rib cage. He takes the honey, which is now ritually impure, feeds it to his parents. Now they're ritually impure. So Samson is a real dirtbag. He's a real dirtbag. You know, he he has marital relations without being married to a Philistine. Yeah, that's going on. That's going to go great. He goes to a wedding where he's going to get drunk, because that's what you do at weddings. So he eats of the fruit of the vine. So that also invalidates his Nazarite vow. And, you know, he does everything, rejects everything in the Nazarite vow. He loses a bet and then robs some people. He engages in animal cruelty by tying some foxes' tails together and setting them on fire. And setting him off in the fields. No, he's not a good guy. No, he's a dirtbag. Oh, yeah. Touches the donkey's jawbone, as Tom Perez just said. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a dirtbag, and he violates every provision of his Nazarite vow. It's awful. I mean, he's a terrible person. He's a terrible human being. So that's my pick for most overrated biblical figure. This guy should not be a hero to anyone. Anyone. Okay. So, that said, let's go on the next super chat here, which is we're going to welcome Dean Lynn Weber to the Horus tier. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. So we want to welcome you to the Horus tier, and thank you so very much for supporting us. Okay, Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why were Achan's children stoned along with him in Joshua 7? Were they complicit in his sin? If not, how is this a just judgment? Okay. There's a couple reasons, a couple of avenues to explore here. One, they were probably complicit. They're all sharing the same tent. He's hiding the stuff in the tent. Tents are not big places. Okay. His family had to know about this. You know, his wife, his children, they had to know. Second, when we talk about Joshua 7, I won't bring the passage up because there's an important point here. That when the investigation is being done here, everybody is being called out by clan. Okay? For Achan, verse 1 here. For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah. Okay. 4 generations. That's a clan definition right there. There's your 4 generations that define a clan. So he's from the clan of Zerah. And he is the clan chief. So he's called out to represent the Zerahites. So now we're talking, once you see that this is what's taking place here, we're seeing here that this is clan justice. The rules here become not just personal sin, but the rules that follow clan, say retribution and clan sin. So he steals some stuff that's been devoted to Haram. Okay. So we get down to his punishment here. Verse 17, and he brought the family of Judah near. Okay. And this is the clan of Judah. So there's a tribe of Judah and there's clans of Judah. They're two different things. Okay. There's a clan of Judah within the tribe of Judah. There's also clans of Judah in other tribes as well. But for this particular case, the clan of Judah with its subclans, its clades, are brought to give an account. And he takes the clan of the Zeraites. So the Zeraites are a clan under the tribe of Judah. And brought the family of the Zeraites near, man by man, and Zabdi was taken. Okay. And he brought his household near, man by man, and Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zabdi. So Zabdi's still alive. Okay, Zabdi was still alive. But now the members of his clan are having to give an account. And Achan admits here. Okay, so now, what are the rules here under clan justice? Well, under clan justice, if you have done something here that's a violation of harem, it's not only you that incurs the punishment, but your posterity gets cut off. Okay? So this is clan retribution. And this is not seen as unjust under the rules of clan justice. Okay? So because Achan knew, and his children knew, and his wife knew, they're all complicit under the rules of clan justice. And because everybody knew, and everyone was a party to it, they all share in the clan retribution, the clan justice. In Japon's Konrafe, clan culture was brutal. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'll say this too. While clan justice was very brutal, I mean, it was really brutal, it was also a survival mechanism. They did this to survive. Oh yeah. My producer makes a good point here that every clan member had influence in the decision too. Yeah.
Their parents.
Yeah.
They had
Yeah. The children, even in a clan society, have a voice. So it was brutal, but it wasn't exactly unfair either. But again, it's a shared responsibility situation. Every in a clan society, your clan cohesion determines your survival, your family survival, your clan survival, your tribe survival. Everyone plays a part in this. No, there was no federal government, as my producer says. It's clan government. Yeah. The Haystack asks, didn't ancient people ever get tired of being so brutal to one another? Well, there's no government. Who's going to do justice? Who's going to protect you? There's no government there. There's no police department to go run to if someone robs you. There's no magistrate, no judge you can go to say, oh, this person from another tribe raped my daughter. There's no justice system to go to. These clan societies survive where there is no federative authority, no federal authority. Yeah, and Japon's Konrafe said to the Haystack, hey, they had no choice. If you weren't brutal, you were wiped out. Exactly. That's exactly the situation. So, it's not an ideal. No one is saying that clan society is an ideal, but It's the way it was. And we have to be careful not to confuse what is with what is ought to be. You know, I think the system we have where there are judges and justices and lawyers and all that is a better system than clan retribution. Yeah. 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 Gabe Reagan adds here, the ancient world was literally Mad Max. Yeah. Bingo. Yep. Without the motor cars. But in every other way, it was the Mad Max thing. Down to the helmets and masks and axes and flails. Yeah, it was Mad Max. What's the takeaway? It says, who has authority in a clan? If a decision isn't reached, is there an executive to break the tie? Yes, there is a clan leader. Most of the power rests with the clan chief. So whoever's chief of the clan speaks for the clan. So yeah, there is an authority in clan. Now, in inter-clan issues, what will sometimes happen is the clan leaders will get together and decide amongst themselves. The tribal chief can call a meeting of the clans, but the tribe chief is a figurehead. The tribal chief doesn't really have any power. All the power rests with the clans. So you could get a situation, say, where you get a council of war, where a tribal chief calls the clan leaders. And say some of the clan leaders decide, no, I'm not taking my clan to war. And there's nothing the tribal leader can do. Now, the other clan leaders can put pressure on the ones that are refusing to go to war. But nothing can compel them to go to war. So, this is sort of the way that clan politics works. It's a very different way of looking at the world, and this is the cultural lens that the Israelites are looking through. So we always have to be cognizant of that when we look at passages like Joshua 7. It's all being done through a clan lens. Yeah. The Haystack says, oh man, like small town politics where families run everything and no hope for oversight. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too off the mark. Okay. So, I think that covers that super chat. Back to the top here, way up. Okay. Next one here is from En Japons con Rafe. Thank you very much for the super chat for $10. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Word of Faith preachers use Eliphaz's words in Job 22:28 to justify decreeing. Chapter 42:7 says Job's friends judged him badly. Are there limits on preaching from chapters where his friends speak? Yes, there are. Now let's take Job 22:28. Now let's just look at that passage first, because I think there's some interesting little tidbits there. Now, Job 22. Now, these are the words of Eliphaz the Temanite. Okay, now this is one of Job's dirtbag friends. Okay. And he starts it off, his speech here. Can a vigorous man be of use to God? Or a wise man be useful to himself? Is there any pleasure to the Almighty if you are righteous? Or profit if you make your ways perfect? Is it because of your reverence that he reproves you, that he enters into judgment against you? Is not your wickedness great, and your iniquities without end? Ooh, ouch. Eliphaz here is essentially accusing Job of pride. That's what he's doing. Yeah, Kiara, you nailed it. Nothing like when you're down having your friends nag you. Yeah. But that's what's going on here. So Eliphaz is basically saying to Job, yeah, you're proud. That's why this disaster's fallen on you. You need to repent. Yeah. So when we look at, say, verse 21, Eliphaz says to Job, yield now and be at peace with him. Thereby good will come to you. Please receive instruction from his mouth and establish his words in your heart. Okay, so he's saying repent and it'll start going good for you. Verse 27, you will pray to him and he will hear you, and you will pay your vows. And he will also decree a thing, and it will be established for you, and light will shine on your ways. Now, the faith preachers are taking here verse 28 out of its context. Okay, so that's an interesting thing right there. They're doing what's called proof texting. That's where you take a text out of its context to prove your pretext. Okay? So that's what they're doing here, is they are proof texting. The problem is when you take this into context, it doesn't quite mean what they say it means. Basically, it's not if you declare something, it will happen. That's not what this text is saying. What this text is saying is that repent of your pride, confess your sin, be humble but before God, and make amends, and then God will start to bless you again. It is a kind of grab it and grab it theology, but it's a different kind of grab it and grab it theology. It's the sort of, you're sinning, stop it, and then he can bless you. You're blessed by your own works, essentially, yeah.
So the more good works you do, the more. Yeah.
So this is not say what the faith teachers want, which is basically saying, oh, if you just have faith, it'll be happen for you. That's not what Job 22 here is saying. It's not what Eliphaz is saying. So those faith teachers are taking this out of its context. Now, the context, though, there's several contexts here. And that's what makes this situation even worse. Okay? You have the immediate context. The immediate context here that says that, okay, if you repent of your pride, show humility, you start doing right before God, you'll pray, he'll hear you, and then he will do he will bless your ways. Okay? Now that's one context here. That's the context of what Eliphaz is saying. But then we have the wider, say, book level context, which basically is saying that Eliphaz is misrepresenting God. So if he's misrepresenting God, this whole speech is null and void. This whole speech is a mischaracterization of God. It's not specifically, but it is something else. Let's pop up that question. Tony G, add Eliphaz to the name of never name your kids after. Yeah. Gabe Reagan asks, is Job a rebuttal against salvation through works? No, but it is something else. Okay? What Job is that we cannot understand the origins of suffering. Okay? It's essentially written towards, it's not written towards those who are suffering. Okay? And I think this is one of the things that people get often wrong about the book of Job. They'll say to a suffering person, hey, just read Job and you'll feel better. No, you won't. No, you want to make someone suicidal? You want to make someone unlife themselves? Yeah, give them a book of Job. No, this book is not for the suffering. This book is for the comfortable. This book is for the wealthy. This is the book for the person who has it all. Because this is the book that tells you that, yeah, you have it all today, and tomorrow you won't. This is the book that basically says, hey, rich man, pay attention. Suffer. You could be doing everything right. You could be holy before God. You could be prosperous. God could bless you today, and it's all gone tomorrow. Okay? And it might not be your fault. That's the kicker here. What the book of Job does is it goes through the various excuses people make for suffering and says, no, none of these necessarily apply. You're proud. Nope, may not be the case. You sinned greatly. Nope, may not be the case. You know, we even see this attitude. This attitude it's been pervasive with humanity since the beginning. Like we see this in the Gospels, where the disciples come up to Christ and say, hey, the tower, that big tower, that magnificent tower that fell and killed a bunch of people, who sinned? Or the blind person, they present the blind person. Who sinned, his father or his mother? Christ says neither. You know, who sinned, you know, when that tower collapsed? Their sin's no greater than anyone else. Because suffering is not about sin. My producer brought up the tsunami at Lisbon. Yeah, all the good people got wiped out, and who survived was the prostitutes. The red lights was spared. It was on high ground. Yeah, it made a lot of people at that time question, you know, why God judged Lisbon in that way. You know, it was really, yeah, but this whole thing about Job is basically saying you will suffer, but you will not necessarily know the reasons why. And it's not for you to know the reasons why. That's what's really annoying about the book. That's what's, I mean, of all the things about the book of Job, what's the most annoying thing about it is it's basically saying you will not know why you suffer necessarily, and it's not for you to know. We all want to know. We all want to know so we can reverse it, or fix it, or get out of it. But sometimes we don't know. And that's what sucks about the book of Job. But it also gives you hope too. God will see you. God will see you through it. Yeah. God is faithful even if you don't know the reason why you're suffering. But this is a message that's you're supposed to get before the suffering happens, not in the midst of it. Okay. So I think we covered the book of Job here pretty well. But that's what's going on here with the book of Job. It's not about gabbit and grabbit. It's not about word of faith or any of that. That's a misuse of this book. And it's a misuse of that passage. So the word faith teachers here are just taking it out of context for their own purposes. You know, the book doesn't speak to that. Okay, so with that said, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. The book of Job's very interesting. People should read it, but also read it with the eyesight that this is basically a warning to you, oh rich man. Okay? Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for this super chat. It's good to see you here tonight. What biblical warrant is there to claim we see Jesus before death and get a chance to accept or reject him? I believe I just want to hear your case. Okay. There's no biblical warrant that we see Jesus before death. Okay, there's nothing that says we'll see Jesus before death. The question of there is some question as to, say, what's called sometimes second chance theory. Basically, what happens to the people who have died without the opportunity to accept or reject him? So, if we have been presented with that choice in this life, we've had our choice. We've made our decision. But it's for those who are say, never had that choice in this life that there's an open question. We do know that salvation is not based upon our sins or lack thereof. It's what is our relationship with Jesus Christ. We do know that the riches of his mercy and grace are beyond understanding. Okay. His grace and his mercy are much greater than the sin. So there is warrant to suggest that for those who had no choice in this life, that there could be a choice in the next, and they get to choose. But they get the same as we do, like maybe one choice, one time, and they can choose to accept or reject. But it's not a sort of an open option, as it were. It's not something that can be exercised at any time. So it's one of those things where it would be you'd be given a choice, and if you choose not, then you've made your choice, and that's it. So the chance to accept and reject in the afterlife would only be contingent for those who didn't have one in this life. So it's not a substitute. We want to make it very, very clear that this is not a substitute for not listening to the gospel now. Okay? It's not a substitute for that. It's just a potentiality in the event that somebody never heard and had no opportunity to hear. So I would so we would just want to make that this is an open question. Okay? It's possible that there's no second chance. That's a possibility we have to consider. But we also consider the option because, first of all, the text doesn't tell us what happens to those who didn't have the opportunity, and the gospel doesn't tell us how extreme grace can be. We imagine, though, that it's very, very generous. So it's an idea that's based upon, say, first principles. Text doesn't tell us what happens to those who didn't have a chance. Text doesn't say what is the extent, limits of God's grace. So given those sort of first principles, yeah, the second chance option has legs, but only for those who never heard in this life. So that's sort of my view on this. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but there's a possibility here, and I think it's a good possibility. But it's a possibility, not a guarantee. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. If our sins were paid for, are we really forgiven? Yes. Okay. Here's the reason. Because our sins can be paid for, but we can choose not to accept that. That's the one thing. Like, for example, we see this in Jeremiah 31:31, where it talks about the new covenant. Let's bring that up. I think that's an important passage because that explains this really, really nicely. Now, Jeremiah 31 is going to go over the Old Covenant a bit. We won't talk a lot about the Old Covenant here, although, actually, we should. Take it. So let's go to this here. Because to understand this, you kind of have to understand the Old Covenant. So let's go into the Old Covenant. Okay. Start at verse 29 here. Book of Jeremiah, chapter 31. In those days they will not say again, the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are on edge. Now, this is a very important illustration. Okay, this is an extremely important illustration. This is the Old Covenant in a nutshell. Now, this is what the Old Covenant is. The illustration here is the fathers are eating sour grapes. Now, sour grapes here means high in acid. Now, if you've ever done this, if you've ever eaten really tart grapes, and boy, tart grapes can be lovely, and you eat too many of them, your teeth start feeling weird. Okay, and it's because the acid in the grapes are eating at the enamel of your teeth. You're just going, it's a weird feeling on your teeth. So that's what this is. This is the illustration that's being shown here. It's that the fathers are eating sour grapes, and the acid is causing their children's teeth to be on edge, even though the children themselves are not eating the grapes. So that's the idea of the Old Covenant in the nutshell, which is the fathers sinned and the children paid the price. That's the whole structure of the Old Covenant. It's the weight of cumulative sin. So they start sinning at Mount Sinai. Okay, that's fine. But their sin gets passed on to the next generation. That generation sins and adds to the cumulative debt. Passed on to the next generation. More cumulative debt. And so on, and so on, and so on. Because the Old Covenant never wiped away sin, it just sort of covered it over. It swept it under the rug. It's still there. It still needed to be taken care of. So then, we get to verse 30 here. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. Each man who eats the sour grapes, his teeth will be set on edge. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Not like the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. My covenant which they broke, although I was husband to them. Verse 33. But this is the covenant which I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them, and on their heart I will write it. I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Okay, so here's the new covenant. Is you eat the grapes, you pay the price. Yay!
You only pay price for grapes.
Yeah.
Not all the generations of your house.
Yeah, so you're only paying for the price of the grapes you eat, not what your parents or your grandparents or your great-grandparents ate. Okay? So, that's the new covenant, is you can pay for your own sins instead of your father's sins as well. But then God adds to that grace and mercy by having Christ optionally pay for those sins on your behalf. So then, if we, getting back to the question here, if our sins are paid, are we really forgiven? Yes, our sins are forgiven if we accept that forgiveness. Otherwise, we eat the grapes, we pay the price. That's the way the new covenant works. So, you can choose to pay them yourself, or you can choose to have Christ pay them. Somebody's going to pay the price. And the question is, if if you have Christ paid, it's forgiven. Paid in full. If you don't have Christ, you're paying him. So, I hope that clarifies this. But in the idea of it being forgiven means to be paid in full. So, it's a matter of who does the paying here. Your sins are paid for if you want to accept it. Don't want to accept it, you'll pay it yourself. Good luck. I hope that works out for you. Okay. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Uh, 18 Ministries for $1.99. How tall were the birthing bricks? And he means here, he's talking about here, the birthing bricks that were used by, say, Egyptian women. Ah, AT's in the house now? Awesome. 18 Ministries asks, we'll just take that follow-up in a moment here. How tall were the birthing stones? They were about 4 inches. Okay, so they didn't add a lot of height, just enough. Enough to give the woman a little bit of clearance. So basically the way the birthing bricks work is that there were these 2 bricks, about the size of teletat bricks. You know, about 4 to 6 inches tall, I'd say about 18 inches long. Okay, and there's a pair of them, and the woman stands on 1 brick each. Okay, and she gives birth to the child. Okay, and it's so when the child sort of drops out, there's clearance there for the midwife to catch the baby. Okay, so it didn't add a lot of height, but just enough to give the midwife some room to work and the mother a little extra height for gravity to do its thing. Where's that? 909. I could answer that in metric. Darkblade. 9 clean sucks for not answering in metric. Well, I'm old. What can I say? All right, I'll go back and take that AT Ministries follow-up question here. But does that constitute forgiveness? Isn't that just a transfer of debt? Well, forgiveness is a transfer of debt. It's not different. Okay? You know, it's paid in full. You know, for example, when Christ is on the cross, he's you know, when he says it's forgiven, he's using a financial term here. He's using the term tetelestai. It is finished. Paid in full. This is the what went back in the 1st century when you took out a loan. The loan document was kept, okay, by the lender. And when you paid your debt to the lender, what they would do is they would take the loan document, they would write the word on it, tetelestai. It is finished. Take it to your door of your house and nail it on the house as a public display for everyone to see that you paid your debt. So, it is a transfer of debt. It is absolutely a transfer of debt. But that's what forgiveness is. It's transferring your debt against something else to someone else. That's what it means. You know, I don't know if you've ever known this, but, you know, if you've ever had like a bank loan, you know, forgiven for some reason, you know, hardship, whatever. Ever had a bank loan forgiven or a credit card loan forgiven, or you only had to pay part of it off because of financial destitution, they will write you a tax form, and that debt forgiveness is now counted as income because that's a transfer of debt. So even say in a bank loan situation, where the loan is forgiven, that becomes income. That's a transfer of debt, and that becomes taxable by the government. So there's a whole lot of that's going on. 18 Ministers follows up. I've read that paid in full as a translation of Telestai to Telestai isn't correct. Well, it means it's complete, is what it really means. It's telos. Okay? And it is to telostai. Okay? So it's the root word is telos, at which we would get, say, teleology, the study of purposes or and outcomes. So it is the completion of something. So the fact that it's used in, say, Greek debt management is not a myth, and it's not a fallacy. So it is something that we do find. But it comes from the word. You can get that from the word anyway. You know, that whole "it's complete," "it is done," "it is finished." But it is something that is used in financial documents. So we do have someone. We do have some from Oxyrhynchus that have that on it. So I think, let's see here. I read that documents were stamped tetel, meaning taxed, to record goods trade, not to telestai for debts. Yeah, I'd probably have to go into more of the debt documents of Oxyrhynchus to really show you this, but I think it is there. Okay. BC question: why didn't Satan also take Job's wife if the objective was to maximize suffering? I think that's the reason he didn't take his wife, was to maximize suffering. Sorry. Okay. Alright, let's get back to it here. '18 Ministries at BC. Guess you're not married yet. Just kidding. Laugh out loud. Haystack, it's a trap. Okay. Let's get back to the super chats here. 18 Ministries for 199. What rate were the ivory clappers clapped at? That's a good question. We're not exactly sure, but probably at a natural breathing rate. So that's going to be that's probably going to be about maybe 10, 12 beats a minute, something like that. So I don't know the natural breathing rate, so I can't exactly tell you for sure. So anyway, yeah. We're not exactly sure, but it would probably be to keep time of the breathing. What did Jack Ray do now? I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read Jack Ray's comment. Okay? So, it's meant to keep the breathing of the woman in time when she's in labor. So the midwives would know what the exact rate was, but we're not told for sure. 18 Ministries for 199. How should we understand our closeness in Christ, or our chosenness in Christ? There does seem to be, for example, in Romans chapter 8, the idea that that God has predestined us to become followers in Christ, and in fact, in the Gospels, you know, Christ has said that none that have been given to me will be lost except for the son of perdition that was prophesied to be lost. So there is this idea in the text that those who will come to Christ are already known to be destined to become followers of Christ. So how that works exactly and how does that work with free will? That's a question theologians ask continuously. It's one of those questions that really doesn't lend itself to an easy answer. But suffice it to say that we are chosen. How that and we have free will on top of it. So how that exactly works together is kind of an odd thing. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, you're on a big ocean cruise, okay? You can't choose to change the direction of the boat, okay? The captain and the first mate and the second mate, they control that. They control where the boat goes. You're free on the boat to go hit the buffet, play shuffleboard, sit on a deck chair and read a novel, go back into your cabin, take a nap. You've got a lot of freedom on board the boat, okay? But you don't determine exactly where that boat travels. Somebody else does. So there's freedom while still being some determinism involved. Some other agent directing things. So there's going to be a lot of that going on here when we talk about, say, the chosenness in Christ. Is that we're chosen, because God's directing our every sort of our lives. It's just sort of in some ways similar to what was called the what's it called now? Not the inspiration. Yeah, inspiration. Okay, inspiration of prophetic writings. It's not just that the Holy Spirit is zapping the words into people's brain. It's that God is controlling every aspect of the prophet's life to lead him up to the process of writing with human words. God has determined their education, their life experiences, their parents, their clan, their tribe, what land their parents got, what their education was, what text they're reading. All those factors God determines to lead the prophet to the point where he can write the inspired words of God. It's sort of... Yeah. And yet the prophet is free to choose how he writes this. Uses his natural words and diction. His expressiveness and virtuosity. That's the writer. So the inspiration and the process of writing are intertwined. They're intertwined. They're connected. They're cooperative. Same way that somebody who picks up a flute and starts playing the flute. Okay. Yes, the flute's producing a music. But there's also the artist who's handling the flute. Without the flute, there's no music. Likewise, if there's no player, there's no music. So then, when we talk about, say, being chosen in Christ, Christ is determining those aspects of our lives in the same way that they were chosen for the prophets to lead to Christ's glory and his honor. Yeah. Haystack says, here, let's find that. Yeah, you choose to board the boat. Exactly. Yeah. You chose to board the boat, but once you're on the boat, It's determined. You don't get any say once you're on the boat. The captain has the say at that point. AT Ministries. Why do Christians treat inspiration like dictation, spirit zapping words in their head? Oh boy. I don't know why a lot of Christians, I think a lot of Christians don't think through the whole matter of inspiration properly. For them, it's kind of sort of like automatic writing. The idea of, to quote Heiser here, I love the way Michael Heiser put this. He goes, Heiser used to say, it's not like this, where, say, the prophet is just writing. He's zapped by God, and his pen starts moving, and God releases him, and he looks at the words and he goes, wow, that's really good. I wonder where that came from. He says that's not Christian inspiration. That's the UFO cults. Okay. Okay. So Followers of the Shepherd says, once you're dead in a big fish, you can't control where it goes. Yeah, that's true. Could be. Okay. So yeah, I think a lot of Christians don't think through what inspiration means. So they end up with this caricature of automatic writing. And I think some of it is the case too that, they have been also, say, their view is in some ways affected by sort of their pneumatology as well, which is particularly the Pentecostals, where they start speaking in tongues, and tongues that are not human languages, so-called angelic tongues, where they're just sort of babbling uncontrollably, and they can't control the babbling. I think some of them do perceive the prophetic writings, the inspiration of Scripture in the same way that they're babbling, say, a language. Okay, so I do think that there's some issues there, in that I don't think that they've really thought through what inspiration means. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat and for the follow-up question. Back to the top here. Okie dokie. Way up. I thought that was Tourette's. Ooh, we should be careful about that. Okay. The next super chat here is from AT Mistress for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 19:26. What's pillar of salt mean? Okay. This is one of those debated passages. I'll get to it here. Let's bring it up here. 19:26. Okay. Verse 24. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew those cities and all the valley, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But his wife from behind him. Okay, so she's already lingering behind. Okay? Looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Now, that's all it says here. Now, you will get some commentators that'll basically say that you find, say, salt-like pillars in around the Dead Sea. So this is just a kind of a retelling of a myth. And there is some say, myths that were floating around that people did turn into, say, salt-like pillar forms. Okay, so that's not an unlikely thing. But there's also some idea, too, that she became ossified. Okay? Basically, this could be a euphemism as well. Basically, she looked back and turned back. So it becomes part of the environment. Essentially, she becomes frozen. So there's that too. That's a possible reading for this as well. We don't know for sure. We don't have enough context here to know one way if this is just a retelling of a myth or if this is a euphemism, basically an idiom. A euphemism for basically saying she looked back, she pined what she had lost, and she decided to go back. That's a possibility here, too. She'd already lagged behind. She'd already lagged behind. She was reticent to leave. She didn't want to leave.
Is like she was looking back. Is this really happening?
Yeah, it's like that. As my producer said, it's like she's looking back and saying, "Is this really happening, or can I return?" So what this might be is just an idiomatic way of saying that she not only looked back, but went back. Went back to become part of the new landscape. So yeah, either way, she chose badly. She chose very badly. No. It was like I had to defer that. I have to defer that one. 18 Minister says, did Dr. Falk answer the Abraham Sarah question while I was gone? No. I basically told everyone that I have to put it off for another week. I just couldn't get to it this week. So next week. Sorry about that. I got that peer-reviewed article that's just killing me. It's just killing me, and it has not been going well. So it's just, ugh. So that paper's due Wednesday. After that, I'll have some time, hopefully, to actually do the question properly. Okay? So sorry about that, but you will have to wait till next week. Okay, so back to the super chats. Way up. Okie dokie. Yeah, so we're not exactly sure what pillar of salt means, but there's some options. There's some options to what it could mean. Again, you got the myth option. You've got the euphemism option too. So there's also the whole idea that this could be actually, there's the potential literal reading as well, but I don't think that reading's particularly likely in this case. Okay. 80 Mysteries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. So Moses brought plagues on his own cousin. Not cousin, but yeah. Yes, he did. Yep, he certainly did. I don't know what else to say to it, but yeah, he brought plagues down on his own cousin. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What did royal nurses do? Okay, royal nurses, they were in charge of the daily needs of the royal children. Okay, so they fed them, cleaned them, clothed them, bathed them. Sometimes they also did instruction. So they started the process of teaching them language, how to read, read literature to them. So there's a lot of thumb functions that they did do, but they generally were there to take care of the needs of the little royal rugrats. Okay, so hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. 18 ministers for 199. Tutmosis II and Hatshepsut were related. Yes, they were. They were half brothers and half sisters. Okay. So they had different mothers, but the same father. Okay. So Tutmosis II was son of Tutmosis I, as was Hatshepsut. She was also the daughter of Tutmosis I. So they're both related to Tutmosis I, and they were half brothers and half sisters. Okay, 18 ministers again for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Divine Council Iron or Bronze Age theology? It's generally Iron Age theology. You don't see it much actually in the Bronze Age, very much. Now, you do see, essentially, you do see some Council of Gods theology sort of floating around in late Bronze Age stuff. But it's not that sort of henotheistic, that sort of, you don't see that sort of gods presiding over a council so much in the Bronze Age. The councils that you do find in Bronze Age literature tend to be just more straight pantheon kind of stuff. Yeah, so you don't really find divine councils in, say, the myths of the Bronze Age. It's uncommon. It's uncommon to see it. You get glimpses of it, but it's rare. It's rare. It does seem to be one of those things that seems to be fully fleshed out during the Iron Age. So, yeah, one asks, I thought Ugaritic texts show divine council in late bronze. It does, but again, it's one of those rare examples. You don't see it much in Egypt, and you don't see it so much in Mesopotamia. So it's one of those things where you do see it, some of it, but it's not that common. It's just not that common. Like you don't see it in Egypt. You do see pantheons, and you do see assemblies of gods, that you sometimes see. But you don't see, say, an interaction between God and the various counselors as such. So it's one of those things that we kind of have to define what we mean by a council, a divine council. So if we define what we mean by a divine council, basically you've got a head god and a bunch of his subordinates from whom he's taking advice to and from. You'll see this in late period Egyptian literature, like the contentions of Seth and Horus. But again, once you're into the contentions of Seth and Horus, you're already in the late Iron Age. So you will see it. Wait, what about the Lament for Ur? I haven't read the Lament for Ur, so I'm not sure. I'll have to see that. Let's see what. I'm going to take a quick look at that. I think you can definitely make the case you got a divine council in the Ugaritic stuff. I mean, I think you can make that case. Yeah, I'd have to read this more for the Lament of Ur to see if that has it. But you don't see it very often. I'll say that. If it is there, it's rare. You don't see it very often. It's not like what in the Iron Age it becomes the predominant theology. Okay. It does the whole divine council thing becomes a dominant theology. But in the in Bronze Age, especially, but you have to when you're talking about, say, Ugarit 2, you're talking about 1300 BC. So you're already in the late Bronze Age. You're already in late Bronze 2A. Okay, so if you're in late Bronze 2A, you're in the very end of the Bronze Age when that happens. So, that doesn't surprise me so much to see it at Ugarit. But I'd have to look deeper into. I'd have to look into that. But you don't see it in Egyptian literature. It's not something you find in Egyptian literature until very late. You'll see it. Another place you'll see it in, say, Egyptian literature is in the, what's called now, the Memphite theology. You'll see it there too. But even say in the Memphite theology, that's a late period. You're talking 22nd dynasty at that point. So, anything where you're talking 22nd dynasty or later, that's Iron Age. So that's probably the best I can answer that right now. I'll have to look into the Lament of Ur. In fact, I'll make a note of that to read that. Okay. No, it's not Canada Day yet. Canada Day is July 1st. Canada's Day's coming. Okay, 18 Mysteries for 199. What do you mean? Joseph's brothers were drunk. Genesis 37. Okay. Genesis 37. Now, we don't know exactly what their behavior was. Okay, but it says here in verse 2, Genesis 37, these are the records of the generations of Jacob. Joseph, when he was 17 years of age, was pasturing a flock with his brothers when he was still a youth, along with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought back a bad report about them to their father. Okay, there's that dibah again that we saw earlier in, Numbers 13. That defamatory bad report. Now, was this a lying report? Could be. Was it an unfavorable report? Certainly. So the question is, what were they doing out there? What was Joseph's brothers doing? What was Joseph snitching on? Okay. Was Joseph telling the truth? Was Joseph exaggerating? That's possible too. We don't know for sure. Okay? There's a good possibility here that Joseph exaggerated the report. Okay? Now, what could people out there be possibly doing to provoke? I mean, they're shepherding. Okay. What are they doing? Okay, they could be doing a couple things. They could be just not watching the sheep. They could be eating sheep. Okay, that would not be good if you're a shepherd. Okay. They could be getting drunk. Okay, they're out there with other people. So they're out there with the sons of Bilhah and the sons of Zilpah. And they could be out there, trading some skins of stuff, like wine. Okay, so they could be getting drunk out there. That is a possibility. We're not exactly sure. And we're not exactly sure he was truthful here. So it's one of those things where we're going to have to say, we don't know what happened, but it did create a lot of enmity. In fact, it created so much enmity that in verse 4, and his brothers saw that the father loved him more than his elder, so they hated him and could not speak to him on friendly terms. So there's bad blood. For whatever reason, serious bad blood between Joseph and his brothers. They couldn't speak on friendly terms. Father showed favor to the one son. This one son took advantage of that. So, again, were the brothers acting up? Maybe. Was Joseph exaggerating? Maybe. It's possible he was exaggerating. The text does allow for that. So, it's possible from this text that you could get to reading that Joseph was not just a tattler, he was an exaggerator. Of course, if he was exaggerating in that particular case too, it would also create suspicion about his prophecies later on. When he says he has that dreams and he tells his brothers and parents, "Hey, you know what? You're all going to be bowing down to me." And they go on, "Yeah, right, likely to happen." So we don't know for sure what the brothers' bad behavior was. We don't know what degree it was. We don't know if it's warranted. So there's a lot of unanswered questions here. But that bad report sets up the stage for something else too, which is his eventual being sold into slavery and his trip to Egypt. Now, there will not be any selling into slavery on the Egyptian tour, okay? So, if you're looking to be sold into slavery, you won't find it on this tour, okay? I will not be making any money off of sold slaves. I guarantee you that. Oh yeah, we're just gonna go to the market for a little while. And don't come back. I know a guy in Luxor. No, that ain't gonna happen. No. Yeah, weirdest community ever, yeah. Okay, the next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Did your neighbors freak out with the gunshots in your apartment, considering you're in Canada? No. No, they didn't. It was actually kind of weird, because nobody did freak out. We have got to understand that I live in a city area. Okay, so, you know, when you live in a city, things happen in your neighborhoods that, you just develop a thick skin over. There's noise everywhere here. Right now there's a dog barking out on the street, and oh boy, yeah. Occasional gunshot is not going to fluster anyone around here. So, yeah, there's, we see heroin addicts every day. We see crime all the time here. It's, yeah, maybe Canada, but still, it's a city. It's a port city. It's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of problems. Oh, you're talking about the computer blowing out? Okay. Yeah, no. It didn't bother anyone. It also happened like 3 o'clock in the morning too, so it just probably didn't. People just sort of turned over and went back to bed too. So yeah, so when the capacitor, I think you're talking about here now. Now that I think about it, the capacitor blowing on the server. Yeah, I don't think people. It was just one bang. It was one bang, and frankly, people hear gunshots here enough that it doesn't bother anyone. Okay. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What time frame is after the Matani Empire but before the Unified Kingdom? I thought Aram was during Abraham's time. No, Aram is actually after Abraham's time. It's quite a bit after, actually. The Matani Empire was around from 1550 to around 1260 BC. Okay? So, the Mitanni were after Abraham by about 200 years. So the Mitanni get their start 200 years after Abraham, and they end just before, just around the time of the Exodus, about 1260. Now, they are a bunch of, say, city-states until around the end of the 12th century. So it's about 100 years later that they start form into the Kingdom of Aram. So there's about 100 years of anarchy, essentially, between the end of the Mitanni and the beginning of the Aramean Kingdom. Now, before the Mitanni, you have Syria occupied by a bunch of Hurrian tribes. So it was never really organized as a kingdom until the Mitanni. So during Abraham's time, Syria is going to be occupied by Hurrians, but those Hurrians do not form a kingdom. After, say, the Exodus, Aram is going to be forming for the next 100 years into an Aramean kingdom about the same time as around the end, about during the conquest period. So I hope that sort of gives you the ballpark figures here for where the Mitanni fit into all this. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $19.99. Thank you for the super chat. Up. Okay, since the Book of Judges, Samuel, and Kings are narratively tied, were they all written after the exile, or more likely the supplementary hypothesis, where documents and day scrolls at the time and then compiled later? Kings is clearly like that. In fact, in the Book of Kings, it even names some of its sources. Okay, so we see from, say, the Book of Kings, and then we'll go back. The Book of Kings, you have various. You'll see this written. Is it not written in the Chronicles of the Kings? Now, it's not referring to the Book of Chronicles, but various day rolls of, say, the reigns of kings. So it is true that Kings is made out of multiple sources that have been sort of edited together. And that does seem to be post-exilic. Okay, so that does seem to be either during or after the exile. Samuel, probably similar in that it was probably edited during the time of the exile. Judges, it's a little more difficult to say. Judges does seem to lack, say, the Persian loanwords that you'll find in Kings. But, so, the documents for Judges seem to be older. So it's possible that what we have for Judges is source documents that predate the exile period, then edited during the exile. So that's possible too. The Bible Exegete asks a good follow-up question here. Bible Exegetes. Books 1 and 2 Samuel were one book. Yes, they were. So were 1 Kings 1 and 2. Yes. And so was 1st and 2nd Chronicles. They were also one book. Do you think Samuel and Kings used to be one book that was broken into 4? No, I don't. I know there's a couple guys that do posit that, but I don't think Samuel was ever one book. Samuel and Kings together was ever one book. There does seem to be a strong disjunct between Samuel and Kings, even though the one leads into the other. But that doesn't mean that some later editor had both on hand and tried to smooth the transition between the two. So compositionally, it does seem that Samuel was one book by itself, a self-contained book. And when you start getting to books of size as well, Samuel is an awfully big book if you are going to throw Kings in as well. That'd be a very, very an unwieldy book. So I think sometimes it's just some of these divisions become practical matters too. We know that 1st and 2nd Samuel were one book together because we have continuity between the texts. But we also have a discontinuity at the end of Samuel as well. So that would preclude it from being part of Kings. So I don't think it was one book that was broken into 4, but I do think, 1st and 2nd Samuel was one book, and 1st and 2nd Kings was one book. Bible XG also adds, Kings is the largest book in the Bible by word count. Yeah. So the way, these were kept on scrolls too. Okay? This is long before the Codex. So if you wanted to get to a passage in the scroll, you had to wheel it. It was a lot of work to move between passages. So there was incentive to keep books small as possible to move easily between the passages, as it were. Okay. Back to super chats here. Okay, 18 ministries for $4.99. My wife and I bought our first home condo. Congratulations. That's a big, big thing. If you ever want to visit Southern Florida, oh boy, do I. I need a place to stay. You two have a room with us. Laugh out loud. Okay, well, I've never been to Florida. I've always wanted to go to Florida. I've always wanted to visit the Florida Keys and visit Florida in general. I've just never been. I've never been there. No one's ever asked me to preach there or teach there, so it's never had the opportunity to go. But I'd love to go to Florida. Thank you very much for the offer. We have had some offers to stay at some various places. We've had one offer to stay at a place in Japan. We've had an offer now in Florida, and one in Colorado. It's 1.2 we had. So, I'd love to go visit Florida. Absolutely would love to go visit Florida. So, but congratulations on your new home. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope it's very exciting, and I hope it brings you many, many years of joy. AT ministries for $1.99. Will we need a visa for Egypt? Yes, you will. Now, Egypt does all its visas online now. So you basically there is a link. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but you kind of got to be careful to use the official site. There's an official visa site for Egypt. Use the official one, not some of the scammers that are pretending to be agents of the visa site. Okay, so yeah, you will need visas, and I think you can arrange for like 30 days in advance. So you can get your visa up to 30 days in advance, and it's not expensive. It's like $25 US. So they used to do this at the border, where you would buy a visa at the border when you came to Egypt. But they don't do that anymore. Now you have to do it online. So, and that just makes it a lot easier. So when you go there, you now present the paper from the visa site. It's got a barcode on it. They scan the barcode. it scans valid, and they let you basically put a stamp in your passport at that point. Yeah, do have the passport from your country up to date, because if your passport is like within 6 months of expiring, they'll get kind of antsy about that. So Darkblade says, I presume the official site would end in an Egyptian government domain name. Don't know. I don't remember a called site here. Let me just check this. Just take me a moment. I think I have the name of the site here. Just a second. All right, here it is. Official visa site for Egypt. Make sure this still works. There it is. Okay. All right. This looks okay. I will admit, first of all, this is the official visa site for Egypt. It looks really scammy and really hinky, but this is really it. Okay. So there it is. Yeah, you look at this and you go, and frankly, they've improved it. I mean, it used to look a lot worse. This thing is the real visa site. Okay? But it looks scammy. It looks hinky. Some of the photos are out of focus. The hues on it. I mean, it couldn't be. It's a terrible looking site. But it's legit. Okay, this is the legit one. Okay? I have like that .gov EG domain is the seal of approval. Well, sometimes it is. Yeah, I'll say this. Some of the scammer sites actually look more official than the official site. And that's why people get stung by it. You know, because the real site looks super scammy. Okay? The real site looks scammy. The fake sites look too professional. It is a sad, sad commentary. Bob likes it used to be $25 in 2017 when I visited. It's 27 now. They asked for 35 when we entered the country, although it was written everywhere 25. It was like 25 US when I think I last did it in 2021. But I know it's different depending on what nationality you're from too. Okay, so the rates are not the same for everyone. Why? I don't know. I don't know why it's not the same for everyone, but it's not the same for everyone. So, certain countries cost more than others. I don't know why. But, yeah. It's, as I said, I love applying for my visa with Egypt because it's a weird process. It's kind of a weird process, but dang, it's just they like tourists, yeah. Opening the link. My eyes! My eyes! Yeah, it's a horrible looking site. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, I would. It would not. It would not win any design awards. I'll say that. But again, that's the official site. Don't look. Don't use other sites. Okay, I'll say that. And I think you can do it up to 30 days before your trip. So that's you can't prepare it that long in advance. So, but they'll approve it like overnight. So they're really fast about approving it too. Okay. Next one here from AT Ministries for $199. Best place for a family to buy cheap furniture. Ooh. Okay. This is a piece of advice I'm going to give you. Okay. Do as I say, don't do as I do. Okay. I don't buy nice furniture. Okay. I don't buy much furniture at all. Most of the furniture I have is very utilitarian. I don't spend much money on decorating. I spend very little on decorating. And I've now worked for a few furniture stores. So I know how to buy furniture. Jack milk crates and some plywood. Yeah, we got a couple milk crates in here. Yeah, they keep the bunny out. Most of where I get my furniture from is Walmart and Office Depot. That's kind of what kind of furniture I get. So essentially bookshelves, and office chairs, desks. That's the sort of stuff I buy. Filing cabinets. Okay. But at the furniture stores I worked for, I did notice a few things that hopefully will help you. I would say this: if you're going to pick furniture for a new place, pick a few quality items. Now, I'll say this. The cheap stuff is going to fall apart real fast. The mid-range stuff is going to fall apart real fast. It's just going to fall apart. You're going to pay a high price for it, but it's going to fall apart fast. Like anything you get from, say, West Elm or Crate and Barrel is not quality made. It's shockingly bad. It's shockingly badly made. So I wouldn't buy anything. Any major pieces of furniture from either West Elm or Pottery Barn. Just wouldn't do it. Yeah, they used to have a good reputation. They don't anymore. Stay away from anything that's Williams-Sonoma. But that's kind of in your mid-tier. So I would also stay away too from Crate and Barrel. Okay. Now, from what I saw, the stuff at Crate and Barrel is of a higher quality than, say, West Elm, but it's also not great. So here's what I would say. If you're going to buy a piece of furniture, it's going to cost, a good piece is going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's going to be expensive. A good piece. But if it's a quality piece, it will last you 20, 30 years. Okay. So, Jack, right, like no IKEA? No, don't. Yeah, IKEA is not good furniture. Ethan Allen has some good furniture, but you're going to pay an arm and a leg for it. Okay. Yeah, you're going to pay an arm and a leg for it, but it will be quality. It will be quality. So here's what I recommend. A few pieces of good furniture. Now, where are you likely to spend the most money? It's, believe it or not, it's going to be table and chairs. People don't understand this. And I think this is something that's, I think people don't. I saw this all the time when I worked in the furniture stores. You know, people were thinking, oh, the sofa's going to be the expensive bit. No, no, no. It's going to be the table and the chairs. The table is not your central dining table isn't even going to be your most expensive piece. The chairs around the dining table will cost you more than the table itself. So I think this is one of those things where you have to sort of be judicious as to what you buy. And I think at that point, it's like, okay, you might want to consider, say, a good table from maybe something high-end. That's fine. But then start looking at stuff that's not necessarily designer furniture for your chairs. Because the chairs are going to be ouchy in price. I saw people who were buying $2,000 tables. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, that's the big cost. And then they buy 4 chairs and walk out with an $8,000 bill. Now, each of those chairs was almost as much as the table itself. So yeah, that's something that really sort of surprises people when they come shopping for furniture is that, okay, yeah, table's costly. But those chairs, ooh, ouch, ouch. The chairs will set you back more than the table. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's what British.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's some ways you can sort of hack this to sort of lessen the pain here. Okay. Mama asks a good question here, and we're gonna take that. Is it true that some areas of the U.S. have better than other areas? Thrift stores in Southern California full of junk. Thrift stores in the state we live in now really pretty good. Yes, and this is really true in the United States. Remember the thrift stores at Rochester, Minnesota? Oh, those were awesome. Oh my gosh. If you live in a place where you have a large transient population, thrift stores are excellent. We were working for a while at Rochester, Minnesota. I worked at IBM at their facility there for 6 months. And the population in Rochester, Minnesota is very transient. You have the people, of course, that are going to stay there a long time, which are the people who work at the Libby's canning plant. But it essentially there's really only 4 employers in Rochester, Minnesota. You had the bean plant, the Libby's bean plant. You had, that's your lower class. You had IBM, that's your middle class. Then you had the Mayo Clinic, where you had doctors, nurses. That's more your upper class. But you also had a lot of patients who were there for long-term cancer treatment. You also had, say, the University of Rochester that was nearby too, where you had a large transient student population. So you had a lot, like almost 3/4 of the population being transient in Rochester, Minnesota. So people tended to buy a lot of stuff to furnish their apartment for as long as they're going to be there. and then return it to Goodwill. So the Goodwill stores there were excellent. They weren't just good, they were excellent. They had good furniture. They even had like large screen TVs at one point. Buying used books there was magnificent. I mean, just crazy. Yeah, that can be good, but garage sales can be hit and miss too. Another good Mama says another good tip is the garage sales located in rich neighborhoods. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. It's going to be
Holy cow.
when they're good, they're very good. Yeah, but when they're miss, they're really miss. The problem with garage sales is you usually have to get up at ridiculous times in the morning to do it. So you have to have the sort of the tenacity and the time. So it's going to be one of those hit and miss kind of things. So generally, what I would recommend is get a good, if you get good, some good central pieces for your apartment from a reasonably high end retailer. Okay, so stuff like your couch, yeah, get a good one. Coffee table, you might want to get a good one. Your dining table, get a good one. Chairs around the table, Home Depot. Sears, if they still exist. I don't know who exists now, but from a department store. Get it from a department store where it's just not going to matter as much. There are the rental furnitures, but those are usually really beat up too. The life of those items is. Yes, I've seen a lot. There's a couple of those in the area here. Yeah, but so I would suggest those. That would be what I would suggest. But again, don't be surprised at the sticker shock because it's the furniture is bad. Okay. Oh, we've covered the furniture buying guide, ancient Egypt and the furniture buying guide. Oh boy, my life experiences. Ugh. Okay. Next one here. Johann Snyman for 35. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. I hope you're doing well. Could you possibly recommend books or articles on refuting theistic evolution? Okay. Now, I've got one book for you. I'm not going to take sides on this. First of all, I haven't read the book. But it made a big splash. This book here made a big splash when it came out in, what was the year? Let's see what year. It came out Crossway. 2017. All right. That's the book. All right. That's the big book. And it's a big book. Don't know how good this book is. Haven't read it myself. In 2017, this was supposed to be the theistic evolution killer. Okay? Take that Dark Blade question in a moment. But that's something that you can I think if you're going to go after, say, evolution in general, I think what was it now? Evolution, a Theory and Crisis by Michael Denton is probably a better set of books. Yeah, he's not a Christian either, so he doesn't have yeah, Michael Denton's books are very good. They have been criticized, and again, that's fair. But I also think he raises a lot of valid points too that do need to be considered.
That theory in question. 10 years later.
Yeah, he did write a follow-up to his original Evolution, a Theory in Crisis, which is Evolution, a Theory still in crisis. So, as some weird ads, Andrew Loca's book, The Origin of Humanity and Evolution, refutes, rebuts Crossway's book, on biblical and theological arguments. Yeah, there's been I saw Loke's book. I have not read either one. I just happen to have a copy of the Theistic Evolution one, and really, I don't take a side on this either way. I don't care either way. I think it's beyond really the pale of biblical arguments in general. I think evolution. My huge problem with theistic evolution is always going to be the concordant view. It's another concordant view, and I think concordant views suck. I think they're terrible. I think, and I don't care which concordant view it is. Okay? I don't care if it's theistic evolution. I don't care if it's young Earth creationism. I don't care if it's day age theory, old Earth creationism. Anytime you start doing concordant views, you are going to end up in trouble. So I would still have problem with Loka's book, even if it espouses a similar views to say Hugh Ross. So I just don't like concordant views. I think they're bad exegesis. They're just plain bad exegesis. So even if I was sympathetic to, say, evolution or creationism, I would still be against concordant views. I just don't think they're good views. Okay. So, again, I know that book was controversial. I know that there were a lot of people refuting it. In fact, at ETS, the year that book was published, I attended a session briefly. I didn't get to see the whole thing, where they were critiquing that view, that book in general. Again, not endorsing the book. I just happen to have it on my shelf. But then again, I have nothing particularly against it either. All right. Okay, so let's go on to the next super chat here. Next one here is from Sean Dowie, who asked the member question: why do people get so worked up about the Tetragrammaton, Exodus 3:14, when it seems to be an answer worthy of a presidential debate? Ooh, ouch. That's particularly owie considering the last presidential debate. Well, that was bad. Oh, that was bad. I'm not a particularly political person, but I do watch debates because I think there's value in watching debate techniques. And oh, that was so cringe. That was so bad, so cringe. I didn't even know what I was watching there. So, that aside, people do get worked up about the Tetragrammaton for a couple of reasons. One, it was people get worked about it because of tradition. That's one thing. That's probably the main thing. Is there a lot of places a lot of religions have a tradition of being very particular about the Tetragrammaton. Now, for those who don't know what the Tetragrammaton is, it's the 4 letters that make up the name of God, Yahweh. Okay? You do get groups like the Jehovah's Witnesses that basically say that the real God's name is Jehovah, not Yahweh. You do get, say, Orthodox Jews who won't pronounce the Tetragrammaton and use Hashem, the name, instead. And that's tradition. Yeah. Yeah.
Tell them.
Yeah, well, yeah, and my producer brings up the point, when Moses is on the mountain and talking to God in the burning bush, you know, who Moses asks God, who do I say you are? Who do I say? And God says, tell them Yahweh, Ahweh, has sent you. I am. And that's how we get Yahweh. It's from God's own prescription of how we are to refer to him. So really, it's not until, say, the Second Temple period, and really, really quite late in the Second Temple period, around the 2nd century BC, that the Tetragrammaton starts to be altered in such a way that it obscures its pronunciation. This is when we start seeing, for example, the Tetragrammaton being replaced with Adonai. So Yahweh will be replaced. They will basically read along, see the Tetragrammaton, and say Adonai instead of Yahweh. Later on, even Adonai will be considered to be too holy. And again, this comes out of a misreading of the taking the Lord thy God's name in vain. It was thought that it's a misunderstanding of what that commandment means. So it's not just saying the name that takes it in vain. It's using it, ascribing it to yourself, and then acting in a way that's contrary to it. So Yahweh gave way to Adonai, and Adonai gave way to Hashem. Yeah, essentially, the second commandment is the whole idea of do not basically claim to be a Christian when you sin up a storm. Essentially, yeah. So don't claim to. So that's what it means to take someone's name in vain. So, Mama says, so sort of how the Pharisees would add rules upon top of rules. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly how it happened. And a lot of that, say, the Jewish tradition for the repronunciation of the Tetragrammaton came out of those rules upon the rules that were developed by, say, rabbinic, Pharisaic Judaism. So that's how that started. Yeah, yeah. My producer makes a good point: is that you really have to look at how Phariseeism entered into Second Temple period Judaism, and it does sort of get its start at that around the 2nd century BC. It really does. You have, after the Israelites return from Babylon, the resumption of the temple cult in Jerusalem. That's where you're going to get, say, that resumption of temple cult service. It's where the Sadducees start sort of digging in, and you start getting sort of this empty ritual. They're not living. The people who are running the temple cult in Jerusalem are not living the word. They're just sort of going with the motions. Yeah, it was national. It was national. It was national religious practice. It wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to teach you. It wasn't meant to spiritually feed you. It was meant to just placate the religious service, placate God. That was what it was meant to do. So what happened was, you got this countervailing movement in the 2nd century BC, where people who weren't part of, say, the priestly caste started developing their own holiness movement. They started saying, and that's how the Pharisees got their start. It was a holiness movement. It was intended to try to pietists. They were pietists, essentially. Separate from the world, be all holy. Try to please God through being more law abiding. So, and how they did this was they put rules upon rules. It didn't actually make them more holy in the end, but it did. They were rule makers and followers as such. So that actually caused drift. It was really interesting how you look at how, like, their example, they had rules for tithing mint and thyme. Okay. But they would ignore the weightier matters of the law, as Christ said. So it actually caused them to drift further away. The more rules they added, the more drift they had. Well, rules create iniquity. And iniquity is drift. So yeah, it's the more the rules they added, the further they drifted. And then you find this in, say, legalistic structures. The more rules there are, the more drift there is from the original intent. But you'll see this even amongst, say, modern Christian fundamentalists who are big on rules. The women only wear dresses. Men can't have long hair or a beard or a mustache because beards and mustaches are evil. Can't play cards. You can't drink alcohol or smoke. And there's this. You can't stay out after 10 p.m. or watch a non-Christian television show. Okay, you get all these rules, and what ends up happening is you get more iniquity, more drift, further and further away from the love of Christ and the freedom in Christ. So that's what eventually happened to the Pharisees too, as they added more and more rules. Their relationship with God drifted further and further away, so that they couldn't even call God by his name anymore. So, very interesting. It's very interesting to observe. Okay, let's get on to the next super chat here. Next one here is from Tim Miara. Now, we're going to have to take it's a longer question than just this, so I have to go find it. It's a member question. It stretches out over 3. It's actually not that long of a question. He could have actually pared it down a bit here, but we'll take the Okay, there. Okay, found it. Okay, Tim Miara, who asks the member question. Every Slavic translation of Matthew 28:29 says, baptizing them into the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Into plus accusative is used. Why English says in. Continues. Only the authorized standard version, Young's and Darby side with the Slavic translations. If we are immersed into something, one name of the Father, Son, and Spirit. Then verse 3 shows 3 persons in one being. In the name, on the other hand, sounds like on behalf of, and here anyone could do something on behalf of 3, 5, or 10 separate beings. Okay. Back to the original here, because I think that's more clear. Okay, here's what's happening. Into is better Greek. It gets a better Greek translation. It's terrible English. That's what's going on here. When we say baptizing into the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, fantastic Greek. That best represents the Greek, and underneath that, we'll just pull up the passage too here just to have it on here. Okay, so Matthew 28. Okay, baptizing them in the name, and the name here is Onoma of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now, this is the NASB translation. It does say in, but the other thing is that into the name is really what's driving at here. So the word for in here is ice, and ice does mean into. So into the name is a more accurate translation. Definitely. The problem is not every accurate translation is good English. And here's where we arrive kind of at the problem of English translations in general. English is kind of not a great language. Okay, let's just be straight up about this. English is a weird language. English is a funky language. It's got diverse... I mean, it's a pig's breakfast of German, Anglo-Saxon, and French, with all the idiosyncrasies that come with it. It's not consistent. It has so many exceptions, it's not even funny. There are things that sound right to the English speaker ear that would, if you translated it correctly, would sound wrong. Okay? Baptizing somebody into the name sounds wrong to an English speaker, even though it's right according to the Greek. So, that's the problem that translators have to face. A good translator has to balance what is accurately portrayed in the Greek and the Hebrew versus what sounds right to the English speaker. Okay. Because if it doesn't sound right, people tend to reject it. Yeah. Bubble Machine adds, English just doesn't have the right words to describe one moment without needing to use 5 sentences. Yeah. English is a terrible, clumsy language. It's a terrible, clumsy language, and we have to just kind of, unfortunately, we just have to, this is why we tell our pastors to keep going back to the Greek and Hebrew. Because our English translations are not sufficient for the job of preaching. Yeah, they're good enough for, say, discipleship. They're good enough for personal devotions. They're not good enough for apologetics work, and they're not good enough for preaching. So, English translations will get you a long ways. But you lose a lot of nuance in English. It's kind of like this. The English is like black and white TV. Yeah, you're getting the story, you're getting the information, but you're losing all the color. The Greek is like the color television, the widescreen, high definition color television. Okay? So you're going to get a lot more information from the Greek and Hebrew than you will from the English. And particularly the Greek. The Greek has a lot of information that's stuffed into its language that English translations just don't do justice. Now, the problem with, say, on the Hebrew side is kind of the opposite problem. In Hebrew, there's a lot more ambiguity in the Hebrew than is often found in the English. So we kind of have, say, even a difference between how the two problems of an English Old Testament versus an English New Testament. In the English New Testament, we're losing detail. We're losing resolution. We're losing color information. In the case of the Old Testament, the English is actually making it seem like there's more detail there than there actually is. Just because of the way of the translation has to be done. Okay? So you lose things in the English translation such as, of the Old Testament, such as ambiguity and fibily. Even turns of phrase. A lot of turns of phrase are not accurately rendered into the English. So the challenges for an English speaker are going to be different for the Old Testament than in the New Testament. But suffice it to say that if you rendered it exactly like you found it in the original language, LP says Hebrew was concrete. It's actually not as concrete as you think. One of the things about Hebrew that most people don't understand is because Hebrew has such large semantic range because of its small lexeme count, it tends to have a lot of ambiguity. Yeah, makes it very easy to learn, but very ambiguous in a lot of cases. Now, Israelite authors have strategies for reducing that ambiguity, but you gotta know to look for it. And that's where things start to get dicey with Hebrew. So, Hebrew's not that concrete. Wish it was. Be better if it was. But it'd be so much easier if it was. But instead, we got a lot of ambiguity in Hebrew. So, Jack Ray says, English uses excessive idioms for ambiguity. Yeah, it does. Yeah. But in Hebrew, the ambiguity is baked into the language. It's baked right into the language. So when you start translating things, you really have to be cognizant of that ambiguity. Otherwise, you can get into all sorts of ways to overstate what the text says. So overstating is a real problem with the Old Testament. Whereas, say, with the New Testament, we tend to lose resolution in the Greek. So sometimes we understate what is actually there in the Greek text. So, yeah, it's a problem, and it's one of those problems that's just not going to go away because English is not well suited to this task. Okay, so I hope that helped, Tim. You're absolutely right. Into the name of the Father and Son, absolutely, that's the best translation. You're not going to find it in too many English translations just because it's not good English. So, unfortunately, that's just the problem. Okay, next here is from Mike JSB for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I think you mean here Bryant Wood. So did Wood conflate Middle Bronze 3 and Late Bronze Jericho when he claimed a surviving mud brick which sat atop the Cyclopean wall in which Rahab could have lived? Oh yeah, he's definitely conflating it. Yeah. Yeah, he's certainly conflating it. Yeah, Bryant Wood basically says that there was no Late Bronze wall. And he'll go as far as to say that there's really no distinction between Middle Bronze 2 and Middle Bronze 3. So he's conflating Middle Bronze 2, Middle Bronze 3, and Late Bronze 1. So he's taking all of that and sort of mashing it all together into that Middle Bronze 2. And so he's basically saying that that Cyclopean wall is Rahab's wall. That's the wall she lived in. And that late bronze one is part of the Cyclopean wall. And the fact is, we just know that's not true anymore. It's definitely a late bronze one wall. And there would have been a late bronze 2 wall on top of that, because we do find basically pottery that shows late bronze 2 occupation. In fact, late bronze 2B, if we want to be really specific about that. So, like, for example, we find, I think it's Cypriot 3-ware there. So, but it's not in C2. That's the problem, because all of that strata has been scraped off. So, but we find it outside of the ramp. That's where we find it. That these pottery shards are there, and they are found. They're just not on the tell itself. It's outside of the tell. So, yeah, he's definitely conflating these. This is one of the reasons why nobody is really taking his pottery retyping stuff seriously, because he takes those late bronze outliers and basically tries to explain them as being middle bronze 2, and nobody's buying that. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Mr. Warlight for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What language did Yeshua ben Sirah speak? Let me just take a quick look. He would have had to have spoken Greek and probably Hebrew and Aramaic. But let's just see if I can do a quick lookup of who he is. Where's he living? That'll tell us a lot. Okay, he's from Seleucid-controlled Jerusalem in the Second Temple period. So he's living in Second Temple period Jerusalem. He's basically one of the Talmudic sages in the 2nd century BC. Okay, so Aramaic would definitely been probably his go-to day-to-day language. He would have known some Greek, and he would have known Hebrew as well. So that's sort of where he would have been. That would have been the milieu, the language milieu of second century BC Jerusalem. You got the Seleucids in control. They're Greek speakers. Okay, Seleucids are one of the remains of the Empire of Alexander. So they're all Greek speakers. The whole Levant at that point spoke Aramaic as a day-to-day language. And because he's a Talmudic sage, he would have also been conversant in Hebrew as well. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, we'll take that. Muhammad Karam says, why do you think Hebrew came from Amoritic instead of Canaanite? Because it's really close. Holy crow, is it close? Okay, there's a couple reasons, okay? It's not just one reason, but let's get into the reasons why I think Hebrew came from Amoritic instead of Canaanite. Well, first of all, both Canaanite and Amoritic are Semitic languages. So it's now the question of which is the closest Semitic language. Second of all, what is the pedigree of, say, Israelite culture? From what we can tell, the Israelites are descendants of the people of northern Mesopotamia in around a region called Urkesh. This is Amorite-speaking territory. Okay, so you got guys like Terah of Urkesh, who spoke Amoritic. Abraham would have spoken Amoritic. He's also from that area. So they go down and they live at Avaris. Guess what they speak at Avaris? They're speaking Amoritic. Okay? Because the Hyksos are Amoritic Semites. They're all giving each other Amoritic imperfective names. The Israelites are using Amoritic imperfective names. Everybody, all that cultural milieu that they're part of at Avaris is Amoritic. It's all Amoritic. Now, you do have other Semites coming in as well, off of the Sinai, Shasu, that sort of thing. And they're bringing their own little sort of nuances to it. But the Hyksos, they're Amorites. The Israelites, they're descended from Amorites. Okay. Now, that doesn't tell us where the Hebrew language came from, but it's a start. It's a start. Now, there were a couple of tablets that were discovered last year. A couple of, and this is not a new hypothesis, by the way. A lot of people, a lot of scholars had guessed, hypothesized that Hebrew is from Amoritic, but we didn't have enough of the Amoritic language to say so for certain. So we did have some smattering of Canaanite, through, say, the Moabite stone. There's about 4 or 5 major texts from Canaanite. But the problem with the Canaanite origin hypothesis was that a lot of the lexemes weren't good fits. There were a lot of specific Hebrew lexemes that didn't seem to appear in the Canaanite. Now, come the last year, there were a couple of cuneiform tablets that were discovered. And these are bilingual tablets. One half has Amoritic, the other half has the translation in Akkadian. Akkadian is a known language to us. So we could figure out the Amoritic from the Canaanite. It's the largest piece of Amoritic text we have. But what was astounding was it was sort of a small translation manual. It's kind of like your Berlitz. It was like an ancient form of Berlitz Amoritic. Okay, like the you'd see these Berlitz German books or Berlitz French books. They're basically tiny books that have phrases for travelers. Okay, just sort of helping you get by. This was sort of like a Berlitz book for Amoritic, for Akkadian speakers. So you have this paratext, and we started being able to decipher the Amoritic on it. And we found that a lot of the words in Amoritic are attested in Hebrew. They're very similar. So, things such as yod, hand, something that's sort of seems to be very Hebrewish. The word for bread also, it equates. So you look at the Amoritic, and it's exceptionally close. Now, these tablets date to the 18th century BC, so very early. So there's going to be some still development that happens, but it's closer than anything else we have on say, closer to classical Hebrew. So it appears that the Amoritic is the closest relative to Hebrew that we know of. So that's why I think Hebrew came from Amoritic instead of Canaanite, is because of the culture they were a part of, where they came from originally, the city they went and lived in, and then the actual analysis of the language itself. So there's 3 pieces of solid evidence that shows that Hebrew came from Amoritic, not Canaanite. Okay, so I hope that... And we are evidence-based. We love our evidence here. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, the next question here. From Mr. Warlight for $2. What language was Sirach originally written in? Sirach, that's one of the it's called the Apocrypha, isn't it? I don't do a lot of Apocrypha work. So see here. Yeah, it's going to be... Let's say I'm not an expert on the Apocrypha. So... The earliest texts for Sirach do seem to come from the Greek. But that's probably a translation, so it's difficult to say what the original language was. I don't think we know. That seems to be my impression. So it's hard to say, but our earliest texts for Sirach appear to be in the Greek. So where were they earlier in Hebrew or Aramaic? Hard to say. It's almost 11. It's getting late. So, that's probably the best I can give you here. Again, I'm not an expert on Apocryphal studies, so I can't say for sure if that's the case. There might be some older texts that are in, say, Hebrew. I don't know, though. Again, not my field. Apocrypha is just not my field. BC asks, get to that question then. Did Hebrew come from Amoritic, or did they both come from something else? Well, I have the impression that Hebrew came from Amoritic. Okay, now, but that's again because of, say, the history behind the Israelites. So that's sort of where I lean on that, as I think that they did come from Amoritic. But you can also say, too, that they both came from another language, which is West Semitic. There is an archaic West Semitic. And both languages ultimately come from that. But at the same time, too, I think Hebrew it appears to me that it's a branch off of Amoritic. That's what it looks like to me. Again, given the evidence we have. Now, if new evidence comes along that shows me otherwise, I'd be happy to consider it. But from the evidence I have so in front of me, that seems to be where it comes from. Okay, let's get back to Super Chats. Got that one from 1. Let's see. It's 1, 2, 8, 13. Scrolling up. $13. Okay, Juan has $2 super chat with a Q. All right, there's the question. He asks, does Isaiah not talking about the Exodus and covenants show that this was a northern that preceded the Exodus story? I don't think so. I think the Isaiah does actually talk about Exodus, just not directly. Just see. Let me just take a quick look. Yeah, it makes an oblique reference to the Exodus in 62, Isaiah 62, verse 8. Where it talks about the strong arm and mighty hand. That is often used in reference to the Exodus, where you see this. Let's see here. Yeah. Isaiah 62, verse 8. The Lord has sworn by his right hand and by a strong arm. And it goes on. But we do see this there are some references to it even in Isaiah. If it references any Egypt exactly. Okay. Isaiah 10:24. My people who dwell... Sorry, bring up the Bible here. Therefore, this is Isaiah 10, verse 24. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, my hosts, O my people who dwell in Zion, do not fear the Assyrian who strikes you with a rod and lifts up his staff against you, the way Egypt did. Okay? So essentially, Isaiah is making a back reference to the Exodus here. Again, verse 26, and the Lord of hosts will arouse a scourge against him like the daughter of Midian at the rock of Oreb. That's a reference to the sojourn, the wandering period. And his staff will be over the sea. That's a reference to Moses and the Exodus, the parting of the sea. And he will lift it up the way he did in Egypt. So we've got like two references right there. Isaiah 11:16, and there will be a highway from Assyria for the remnant of his people who will be left, just as there was for Israel the day they came up out of the land of Egypt. So there you go. Again, more Exodus references, and we can go on here. There's several references to the Exodus story in narrative in Isaiah. This was always one of the problems that, say, Wellhausen had. Like one of the things that Wellhausen used to claim was that prophets before Pentateuch. He always used to claim that the prophets came before the whole formation and of the myth of the Pentateuch. The problem is that prophets like Isaiah, and Isaiah is recognized to be the oldest of the Israelite prophets. And a lot of documentary hypothesis people will even claim that Isaiah is pre-exile, especially first Isaiah. And Isaiah 11, you're in first Isaiah. This is clearly first Isaiah. And yet here it is talking about the Exodus. So yeah. Yeah. So the fact is that it doesn't look like Isaiah is a story that precedes the Exodus story. It's clearly not, because it's making reference to it all over the place. So if it's talking about the Exodus in Isaiah, then it doesn't precede it. Okay, so take that from the bubble machine here. For years, I've heard rumors that people have found biblical landmarks. For example, Noah's Ark, the rock Moses struck. What's your take? I think that's all hogwash. Most of that stuff is going to come out of the, quote, discoveries of Ron Wyatt. Especially the Noah's Ark stuff, and the so-called rock that Moses struck. That's all of that is complete hogwash. They're not in the right place according to biblical geography. The quote rock that Moses struck, that's over in Saudi Arabia. And there's no way that Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba, is the Sea of Reeds that the Israelites crossed. Even the one that the so-called Noah's Ark at the Jerupanar site is... There's a lot of other Noah's Arks around it, so it's not Noah's Ark, it's Noah's fleet. So it's bad. It's really bad. Now, I mean, everyone admits that the rock, that split rock in Saudi Arabia looks weird. Everyone admits that. It's a weird-looking rock. But the problem, too, is that the biblical text doesn't claim that Moses struck the rock. There's the only thing you get close to that is, I think, in Isaiah, where it says, is it Isaiah or is it in Psalms, where Moses broke the rock, but it doesn't exactly say split. So, I think all of these quote landmarks, especially anything that came out of the Ron Wyatt stuff, is junk archaeology. It's not true. It's got no evidence in it. It contradicts the Bible. It's just bad archaeology all the way around. Yeah, terrible stuff. It's terrible stuff. Okay, so I hope that helps you. I want to thank Jack Ray for gifting the channel 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much, Jack, and thank you for supporting this channel. We do really appreciate it. We couldn't really do it without you, so we do really appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. Yeah, it is sad. I will say that it is sad because, we want this stuff to be true. And it does really, it victimizes people. This is what I think is so terrible about the Ron Wyatt stuff. Is these are not just frauds, they're laughable frauds. They're so badly done. Like, for example, like the so-called chariot wheel. It's a modern fake. You look at this picture of, say, the Ark of the Covenant. It's a modern fake. Yeah, it looks like it was done for a church, kids play. I mean, it's so badly done. Yeah, Vacation Bible School play on Moses. Yeah, pretty much. And it brings open ridicule to the faith. And needless ridicule. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's very poorly. It's poor archaeology. It's poor methodology. It's poor all the way around. D'Angelo Johnson asks, what do you think is the best archaeological piece we found for the Exodus? There's several. Okay, I don't think this is just... I don't think this is something you can reduce to one piece of evidence. Because that's not the way archaeology works. Okay? Archaeology, it takes a lot of pieces of evidence and puts them together to reconstruct history. That's how archaeology works. I know when I was on the show of Capturing Christianity, and Cameron Bartusi wants the one shot. He wants the money shot. He wants the money evidence, the money shot. Give me the one piece of evidence. Give me the one piece. One piece. So everything becomes focused on the one piece. But that's not the way archaeology works. It doesn't work that way. You build a case. You build the evidence from many pieces. That's when you take all the pieces together that you got something. So it's sort of our modern impatience that we sort of go, oh, we just want one piece because that's all we have the attention span for. So when we look at, say, the Exodus, okay, we got to look at the city of Avaris. When's the abandonment? Mid-Dynasty 19. That's the abandonment. Okay, so we know when most of the city was abandoned. Now, part of that city will continue on until the end of Dynasty 20, but the major portion of that city will be abandoned during mid-Dynasty 19. After that, it'll become a graveyard. So that's your first piece of evidence. Second piece of evidence is going to be the death of Ramses II's firstborn. Okay, that happens around 1263, death of Amenhotep. That we have documented. We know that's when it happened, roughly, so that's another piece of evidence. The next piece of evidence is going to be, when did the Israelites first appear in the Promised Land? Because the Israelites will rise and fall. The Exodus narrative rises and falls based upon the conquest narrative. Okay, we know that the first Israelite settlements arise in Israel around the end of the 13th century, the beginning of the 12th century. At that point, new Israelite settlements just spring up out of nothing, all over the place. Okay, now what's the first documentation of the Israelites? It happens to be around 1217 BC, the end of the 13th century BC, with the Merneptah stela, where Merneptah does his punitive action of Gezer and encounters some Israelites out there too. So you take all those pieces together, the abandonment of Avaris, which is a Semitic city full of Asiatic Semites. They leave around 1263-ish. They show up sometime a little bit before, around 1225 BC. That's about 40 years. They arrive in Canaan. Okay, now you've got evidence to reconstruct an Exodus. Now you have some other evidence too, like the names of the routes they take, of the route they take. All those cities are, say, confined to a certain time period. They're either renamed or constructed during the reigns of Ramses II or his father Seti I. So now, with all that pieces of evidence together, you've now got a historical reconstruction that points to an Exodus. Now, we don't necessarily have to stop there. We can just keep going here. But that gives you an idea of how archaeological method works. It's not just one piece. It'll never be just one piece. Good evidence is based upon the pieces. You've got a pot shard. Okay, that can tell you something about the pot, but you might not get the full idea what the original pot looked like. Get some more pieces and you got a better idea. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Here. Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your view on the documentary hypothesis? My view on the documentary hypothesis is it's largely unnecessary and misleading. Now, I know people who, I don't think your salvation rises or falls on whether or not you believe in the documentary hypothesis. I'm not one of those guys. Okay, I think you can believe in the documentary hypothesis and still be a Christian. I just don't think it's very useful. Okay, that's a different question. Is it useful? No. No, not really. In fact, I think when you start getting into, say, the sort of the quagmire that is the documentary hypothesis, it's sort of, in many ways, the theory blinds you to considering other possibilities of the text. So I think one of the things I dislike so much about the documentary hypothesis is that it does damage to the virtuosity of the text. Now, what do I mean by virtuosity of the text? I mean that the authors of the text had an artful style that they intentionally used to construct these texts. Things such as repetition, contradiction. These are contradiction is one of those things that when a guy who's really inculcated in the documentary hypothesis, he says, "Oh, you got a contradiction here. That's two different redactors changing the information in two different ways." It's not necessarily the case. We do know for certain that the Israelites did use a contradiction to for artistic means. Proverbs 26 verse 4 and 5 is the paradigmatic example of this. It says in verse 4, bring it up here, "Do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you also be like him. Answer a fool according to his folly, as his folly deserves, lest he be wise in his own eyes." This is a contradiction. Do not answer a fool according to his folly. Answer a fool according to his folly. Totally contradictory. But it's done for literary means. It's a contrast. It's a contrast using a contradiction. It's not a contradiction of truth. It's a contradiction of literature. So then, when we look at this and we see, hey, okay, why wouldn't you answer a fool according to his follies? Well, you become like him. When would you answer a fool according to his folly? To show that fool he's not wise. So, it's not an actual, it's an apparent contradiction. What would be better called an inconsistency. It's an inconsistency for literary effect. Sometimes these things are, these apparent contradictions or inconsistencies are done to supplement information. Like, for example, when the question's often brought up by documentary hypothesis guys, hey, who is Joseph being sold to, the Midianites or the Ishmaelites? Can't be both. Well, the text defines this right in that, baked into the text, that the Midianites are the Ishmaelites. They're one and the same. One is just a regional designation. One is a tribal designation. It's like saying, well, okay, I'm a Vancouverite and I'm a Canadian. That's not a contradiction. That's giving you two pieces of information that supplement each other. And the Bible is replete. It's full of this literary virtuosity that is just adds to the beauty and the complexity of the text. These texts were not written by dummies. And I think this is one of the things I hate about the documentary hypothesis, is that it strips the text of its virtuosity, assumes it was written by dummies who didn't understand what they were writing, just changing things willy-nilly for no good reason. Yeah, it assumes people in the past are stupid. So, I think if you want to believe in the documentary hypothesis, fine. I don't think it's a good method. I don't think it does justice to the text. I just think it's not a good method. It's not good theory. This is why I hope. Yeah, it doesn't add anything to our understanding. In fact, it subtracts. It subtracts from our understanding by not considering literary methods first. It uses a redaction method first instead of, say, a literary method. Now, let's go to the literature first. Let's see if there's someplace in the literature that could tell us the explanation otherwise. It's just like... So, I would love to see this theory go the way of the dodo. I'd love to see this theory finally die out so we could actually talk about the text for its literary methods. Instead of having to sort of bicker over who wrote this and who wrote that. Because it doesn't help in the end. The text is still the text. I mean, they're really... When they do have these redaction arguments, and no one can agree who the redactors are. Or which school redacted which piece. I mean, you'll get like 4 different authors are offering different solutions to the same piece of text. It's just kind of ridiculous. And they're all fighting over hypothetical documents. Okay, it'd be one thing if we had documents in hand that basically showed us one school of redaction versus another. Okay, if we had actual documents in hand, yeah, I'd be full on board with this. But we don't. They're hypothetical. They didn't exist. So, if we're talking about hypothetical documents, what difference does it make? The received text is still the received text. And we have to engage that text on its literary method. That should be our first approach to the text, is how do we deal with this as literature? Even before we sort of start to strip it down to see what the origin of the various pieces are. So... Oh, Darkblade. You know me so well. Do you want the documentary hypothesis to be dead, double dead, dead as in Desires dead, or dead as the academic reliability of the Mount Ebel amulet dead? The final one. BC. But David, we want to invalidate the text. I know. It's so tempting. Juan says, asks, I thought the documented hypothesis was the general consensus within academia. It's the general consensus in North America. And that's an important distinction here. It's no longer the academic consensus in Europe and in Israel. Okay, in the Middle East. It's only the academic consensus now in North America. For some reason, it's been part and parcel to American academic theological tradition. But like for example, in Europe, the supplementary hypothesis is much more prevalent these days. Now, the supplemental hypothesis can be both very liberal or very conservative. And there'll be various takes on that depending on exactly sort of which strain of supplementary hypothesis you take. I take a more, say, conservative approach to the supplementary hypothesis. But, there's others that are, say, much more liberal on this, too. Like, I think Tommy Thompson, who's a biblical minimalist, he takes a very liberal view of the supplementary hypothesis. But I know there are other people who take a very conservative view as well. So there's, say, wider range on how the text was supplemented in the supplementary hypothesis. But you also have that same disparity in the documentary hypothesis, too, with who are the redactors. You've got, of course, the original J, E, P, and D, but now you've got, like, D1, D2, D3, D5, D16, and just the redactors multiply. And they're not the same from text to text to text to text. It's just really odd. So, the Bible exegete asks, how would you describe the difference between supplementary hypothesis and essential Mosaic authorship? Depends. It depends on which supplementary hypothesis you're talking about. Now, if you're talking about, say, the more liberal aspects, the supplementary hypothesis at that point is not much different than the documentary hypothesis. But say the more conservative versions of the supplementary hypothesis tend to say that there are core documents written by Moses himself. And that's what I would take. That's the approach I would take, is that there are core documents that were written by Moses himself. And those documents were then handed over to Joshua. And it was up to Joshua and his scribes to then order them together into a book. And basically what they did was they would put connecting text between the various pages, organize them, and then say smooth out the language. Later editors too would come along and say update some of the words in the diction and put in some extra vowels to de-ambiguate some of the text. So supplementary hypothesis is not antithetical to essential Mosaic authorship, but supplementary hypothesis wouldn't go as far as to say that it's everything in the Pentateuch is written by Moses. Okay, so it sort of takes a middle ground there. It's a middle of the road hypothesis. Like, I don't think anyone today would even think that, for example, the death of Moses that happens at the end of, I think it's Deuteronomy, was written by Moses. Nobody thinks that. Yeah. I heard that too, but nobody buys it, really. It was a stretch, yeah. The whole idea that my producer's hearing about some people thinking about, well, Moses was a prophet. He knew about his own death coming, so he wrote about his own death coming. I don't think anyone really takes that seriously anymore. I know there's some people who maintain that still, but it's a really fringe view at this point. Juan, confused. I thought Hebrew wasn't written by then, so it couldn't have been possible for Moses to have done it. Well, we do have alphabetic script by that point. It's possible. I mean, look, people were writing all sorts of things at that point in time. Moses is coming out of a literate culture. He's coming out of Egypt. Egypt was a literate culture. He was trained at the Kaf. At the Kaf, he at the Kaf at Avaris, he would have learned, how to write in Egyptian, how to write in Akkadian, and probably the local language too, which was Amoritic. And if you got an alphabetic Amoritic, you can write Hebrew. Because what is Hebrew? It's colloquial Amoritic. What it is. It's colloquial Amoritic, done in alphabetic script. That's what Hebrew is. So, I think it's very conceivable. I don't think anyone now can claim seriously that Moses couldn't have written because Hebrew didn't exist. Now, it was really funny, when I was going to school. When I did my undergrad, I had a professor, Paul Muska, who did a lot of work on biblical studies and that sort of thing. And he used to say that, there's no way that Moses could have written the Pentateuch because Moses couldn't read or write. What? It's like, what? And basically his view was nobody could read or write. back then. That's like, wait a minute. We have hairbrushes from ancient Egypt that were, that had writing on it. And I pointed this out to him. It's like, he goes, yeah, but that's just decoration. Nobody could really read it. Like, yeah, okay, now who's stretching it thin here? Okay, seriously? Seriously? Yeah, now we have tons of stuff from Deir el Medina that average people could read and write. So, I mean, just like, yeah. I don't know. Okay. Let's get back to the questions here. Hongi Chen asks, would Moses have created Hebrew? No, he didn't create Hebrew. Hebrew was part of the development of Amoritic Atavaris. We have to understand that when Avaris was abandoned by the Hyksos around 1530 BC, it would be another 250, 300 years before the Israelites left Egypt. Okay, so that's 2-3 centuries for Amorite to develop an isolation at Avaris. Once it was, and that's what would become Hebrew. Essentially, it would become a colloquialized, isolated, like, for example, what's sometimes called what's it called now? Divergent evolution, I think is what it's called, when a population gets separated from the main population and continues to develop on its own. Languages do the same thing. Avaris, being a city in isolation, would continue to develop Amoritic on its own, and it would change accordingly. So I think it's more likely that what we see as Hebrew was really colloquial Amoritic that was developed over that 3 centuries. Similar to basically the way English develops. You look at, say, English from 400 years ago. Good old King James English. Quite a bit different than today. It's still recognizable as English, and Hebrew is still recognizable as a kind of Amoritic, but there are differences. There's points of separation. The language doesn't stay static. It moves with the times. So Moses didn't create it, but he used it, and it was the local dialect at Avaris. Okay. No, not Numbers. I think it's the end of Deuteronomy. See if I can find it here for you. Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 34. So that's where the death of Moses took place. Darkblade says, I'm unaware of any verse in Numbers with Moses dying. Yes, because it's not in Numbers, it's in Deuteronomy, and it's Deuteronomy 34. So in Deuteronomy 34, it says here, verse 1, Now Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo on the top of Peshka, which is opposite Jericho. And the Lord said to him, This is the land which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go there. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no man knows his burial place to his day. So that's the burial narrative of Moses. Okay. Jack Ray says, is it just me or has Bon Bon not been around for a few weeks? He hasn't been around for a few weeks. We don't know what's happened to him. We are concerned. We thought about this today, and we are praying for him. We hope he comes back to the channel. We always loved having him here, so. Guy who lives for art. True to title, the credible folk always checks the sources. Well, we do our best to check the sources. It does seem absurd not to, but hey. Okay, the next one here is from Guy Who Lives for Art for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Dr. Falk. Well, hello, Guy Who Lives for Art. Great name. I was wondering how ancient Near Eastern civilizations might have understood concepts of disease and mental illness. Resources for further reading would be great. Always love your content. God bless. Okay. There's a couple places you can go for this. Now, let's talk about sources you can go into for further reading. There are lots and lots of medical texts in the ancient Near East. Lots of them. And there's lots of good resources on, say, medicine of the ancient Near East. I know that the Society of Biblical Literature publishes a book on Mesopotamian medicine. The Edwin Smith Papyrus has been published several times. There was a recent publication of it that looks gorgeous, actually, that I wish I had. That was written and translated by a medical doctor. So that one is a great resource if you're talking about the medicine of ancient Egypt. So there's a lot of good books on this. Several books on ancient Near Eastern medicine have been published. It's well-published field. There's a lot you can actually dig into on this. So, now, concepts of disease and mental illness. It fits into a couple categories. In the case of, say, ancient Egypt, disease was something that was said to be inflicted upon you by the goddess Sekhmet. Okay? She's the leonine. She's a female goddess. She's got a head of a lion. And there's lots of statues of her at the Temple of Mut. So she's not a nice goddess. Okay? She gives you the disease. Now, you go, you give your sacrifices to her, you please her, and she'll take that disease away. So she's one of those goddesses that's associated with healing, but only because she gave you the disease to begin with. Okay? So there's that perspective on disease. But Egyptian physicians were also aware of disease as just disease, too. So there's sort of the religious explanation for disease, and then there's sort of the practical physician expression of disease, where physicians would go in and they would just prescribe you something. They would usually give you some medication, a magic spell, a treatment, and expect you to follow it. So there's more than one way that the ancient people did view disease. In the case of mental illness, you do have people who thought that mental illness was caused by demon possession. That seems to be across the board. But you also seem to have those people, too, who just say, okay, this is just somebody who's sick. So, it's nuanced. It's complicated. It's very complicated. And you have various different views on it based upon who's exactly doing the treating and who's pronouncing it. You're going to get a very different view from, say, somebody who's in the religious caste, in the priestly caste, than who's, say, applying the trade as a physician. A physician's just going to be strictly focused on, even back then, they're going to be focused on trying to heal you. Physicians in ancient Egypt was a trade. It was a trade. Unlike doctors today. They did it for money. Funny how things don't change. So, they did it for money. Our doctors today do it for money. It's like, so they're going to be interested in trying to get you healed. So, you pay them and they go on to the next patient and ply their trade. So the concept of disease and treatment in the ancient time will depend a lot on who's doing the treating. A religious person's going to give you a very separate treatment than, say, somebody who's doing it for a trade. Yeah. Oh yeah. The standard, your standard physician will do prayers and treatment together. There'll be spells and prayers and that sort of thing, but they'll also give you medicine. Your priest won't. No, it wasn't their thing. It wasn't their thing. There was that, but again, it's going to depend on who's doing it. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But those are some resources that can help get you started on getting into this deeper. Okay. Mr. Warlight for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How popular was Sirach among Jews and Gentiles outside of Egypt and Palestine since priestly Jews rejected it? Was it well known in Syria, Nabatea, etc.? Hard to say. We do know Sirach was read. We knew a lot. This is like standard with a lot of apocrypha. A lot of apocrypha did circulate amongst Jews and Gentiles in the ancient Near East, especially in the Mediterranean. Now, with that said, wasn't by far the most popular literature. I think one of the things that I've always sort of kind of ruffled my feathers a bit on apocryphal studies is how, people who get into apocrypha scholarship often tend to overstate the influence of the apocrypha. And when you talk about who's reading what in the ancient Near East, the works of Plato and Aristotle far surpassed the Apocrypha and who was reading it and its circulation. Far surpassed it. Like I always hear this comment on basically, say, people who want to support, say, the inspiration of the Apocrypha. And one of the arguments I sometimes hear said is that, well, as church fathers, quote the Apocrypha. Well, you start looking at it, and yeah, they do quote the Apocrypha here and there, but they quote Plato a lot more, like 10-1. 10 times what all the Apocrypha put together. They're quoting Plato and Aristotle. It's just a matter of to what degree are these texts circulating. What's their popularity? How do they resonate in the culture? Yeah, you can. You're going to get. This is true of any literature. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. Some culture, some literature is going to just resonate a lot more than others. Like, for example, Gary Habermas is much, much more, or even, William Lane Craig. Those authors are read a lot more than Richard Carrier. Okay. Okay. And, yeah, you're going to find some mythicism in our culture today, but it is a minority position, and it's minority read. It's true of ancient times, too. Some literature resonated more with the culture, and it was more widely read than, say, other literature. Plato, Aristotle, basically the Pythagorean philosophers were much more widely read in the culture overall than the Apocrypha by a large margin. Darkblade in its minority for a good reason, yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's true the Apocrypha as well. It was a minority read for a good reason. So, okay. Minority Report. I suppose so. Okay, so I hope that gives you some insight into Sirach here, as far as its popularity. Okay, it's a minority text. It wasn't read widely. Yeah, it got around all the Apocrypha did, but as far as its sort of traction, it was not a major deal. JP for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How is math done through the ancient Near East? Did early kingdom have knowledge of geometry? Was algebra common? Okay. They did have trigonometry, especially in Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia had trigonometry. It had it was able to find out angles and all those sorts of things. It had a sexagesimal, that's a base 60 number system that made trigonometry a breeze. Well, think of it this way. My producer says I don't get that. You're counting in 60s. Well, but yeah, you can divide a circle into 60, and it comes out to be very easy to do angles if you've divided everything into 60. Or 360. That's the reason why we have 60 minutes on a clock. Because of that sort of sexagesimal kind of view. It's easier to divide things. We even find, say, the so-called Pythagorean theorem on a cuneiform tablet that predates Pythagoras by 900 years. Yeah, Jack Ray says 60 is a trade number because it's highly divisible. Yes, it is. And the Mesopotamians knew it. So, the Egyptians had fractions. They used, say, the Eye of Horus and the various components of the Eye of Horus to symbolize fractions, but they had fractions. And they could add and multiply fractions. Okay? Now, algebra is a whole different thing. Algebra uses variables. We don't have evidence of algebra. We have evidence of geometry. We have evidence of trigonometry. We have evidence of fractions. Zero had not been developed yet. So no zero. Zero won't come to about 500 AD. But there is, they would just not put in a placeholder then for zero. So now there is methods of addition and multiplication that they did that's unique to the ancient world too. I'm not an expert on that. I've seen how that's done, but I don't remember exactly how that works. So I know their method of doing, say, long division and long multiplication was very different. But it was no less efficient. They just did it in a different method. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. There are mathematical texts in these various cultures, both in Mesopotamia and in Egypt. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do there if you want more information on that. Oh yeah, yeah. They had their own brilliance there. Okay, the next one here from Mr. Warlight for $2. There's a lot of questions on Sirach for some reason. Do you view Sirach as equal to Tanakh scripture? No, not even close. Okay. Tanakh is basically what we would consider to be the canonical Old Testament. Tanakh is an abbreviation which stands for Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. Okay. Tanakh is Torah, is of course the law, the Pentateuch. The Nevi'im is the prophets. And the Ketuvim is the writings. These are the historical writings like Kings, Chronicles, Psalms, Proverbs. That would be all Ketuvim. Okay. Sirach is none of those. Sirach is Apocrypha. So it would not be equal to Tanakh in any way, and it's not scripture. And I think it's you could read it as wisdom literature. I don't have a problem with that, but it's not scripture. You should not be getting doctrine from it. It's not good for that reason. Okay, and I wouldn't get doctrine from any apocryphal book. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, we're 10 minutes to midnight here. We're almost at the end of the super chat, so we're kind of gonna beetle on here. Darkblade asks, was there something in recent news about Sirach that's causing this increased clout? I don't know. I hadn't heard anything about Sirach myself. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that would be, yeah. I mean, Mr. Warlight, is there some reason you're asking so many questions on Sirach? Okay, next one here is from Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Who or what is Abaddon? Ooh! Proverbs 15:11, Revelation 9:11. Okay, let's take those texts first, and then we'll go into who Abaddon is. Which might be really disappointing. Proverbs 15:11. Okay. We'll take it here. Let's see, what would be a good place to... What would be a good place to start? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to get the coupling. Just a second here. Whip open my Hebrew Stuttgart Gentian here. Just I'm going to take a quick reference peek at the coupling. Proverbs. There's the Proverbs. Proverbs 15. I want to make sure I get the coupling right. Because English can basically lead you astray on this. Okay, 15, verse 11. Like 11 and 12 look like they go together. Okay. Sheol and Abaddon lie open before the Lord. How much more the hearts of men? A scoffer does not love one who reproves him. He will not go to the wise. Okay. So the couplet does seem to be just 11 in itself. Okay, a scoffer, Sheol and Abaddon lie open before the Lord. How much more the hearts of men? Okay. Now, Sheol, we kind of all know what Sheol is. Sheol's the grave. That's that Hades portion. Abaddon is a Hebrew word that just means destruction. It just means destruction. And ruin, place of ruin. So in Proverbs 15:11 here, it seems to be a synonym. So Sheol and Abaddon seem to be a synonym here for the same thing. Sheol and Abaddon, basically it might even be one of those things where it's you have the Sheol, the greater grave, where you have both Abraham's bosom and, say, the bad side of the tracks of Sheol. And Abaddon here might just be a specification for that bad part of Sheol. So that's a possibility here. So you have both the grave and the bad part of Sheol, the punishment compartment of Sheol lying open before the Lord. And then it compares that to how much more the hearts of men. The idea here is that if the grave and this area of destruction are open to God, what's preventing him from looking into the heart? Nothing. He can see right through. And there's a really good when Samuel goes to pick King David. He goes to pick King David, or goes to pick the next king of Israel. And God sends Samuel to the sons of Jesse. And they're all good-looking, tall, kingly-looking boys. Really good-looking, tall, kingly boys. And God goes, nope. Oh, come on. This is like the 9th or 10th. Nope. Still no. Remember, David came from a big family. Yeah. Yeah, so, it's like, Jesse, do you have any other sons? It's hysterically funny. Do you have any other? And Jesse goes, oh yeah, I guess I do. Almost as an afterthought. Yeah, I kind of got my youngest. He's out in the field tending the sheep. And the Bible goes, you didn't bring him in? and and God says, that's the one. That's the one. And it's like, well, how do you know it's the one? And you get this great line. Mankind sees to the eye, but God sees through to the heart. A very poignant statement. Very poignant statement that God sees our character. He sees what we're really made of. This Proverbs 15:11. Sheol and Abaddon lie open before the Lord. How much more the hearts of men? If God can see everything happening in Sheol and Abaddon, he can see every dusty, craggy corner of your life. Your thought life, your sin life. What makes you tick? That's why there's no point hiding anything from God, yeah. So that's sort of the first half of this. Now, again, Sheol here is being used like a place, not a person. It's a place in this particular text. Now we get to go over to Revelation. Revelation 9, verse 11. Okay, now it's talking here something else. Now, there's a lot going on in this Revelation 9 text. So, I will start at verse 1 here. The fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key to the bottomless pit was given to him. And he opened the bottomless pit, and smoke went up from the pit, like the smoke of a great furnace. The sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. And out of the smoke came forth locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them, as scorpions of the earth have power. And they were told that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor of any tree, but only men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment for 5 months. And their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it stings a man, which apparently is burning, like being burned with fire. And people who've been reported being stung by scorpion stings report it's like having fire in your veins. Verse 6. And in those days men will seek death and will not find it, and they will long to die, and death flees from them. And that's a really interesting passage. We won't go into that right now, but that's a fascinating passage. Yeah, that's freak out scary. Yeah, that's a pretty scary passage. And the appearance of the locusts were like horses prepared for battle, and on their heads, as it were, crowns like gold, and their faces were like the faces of men, and they had hair like the hair of women, and their teeth were like the teeth of lions. This is all cherubim language. Okay? But it's different. It's twisted. It's mutated cherubim language, which is really strange. And they had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sounds of their wings was like the sounds of chariots. Again, cherubim language. And of many horses running to battle. And they have tails like scorpions and stings in their tails. And in their tails is their power to hurt men for 5 months. They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. Okay, now here we have, say, the Greek adding to that language of Abaddon. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon. Now, his or its. Okay, now, it's a possessive here. Its name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and the Greek, he has the name Apollyon. Again, both mean destruction. Apollyon means destruction in the destroyer in Greek. Abaddon is destruction in Hebrew. So then, the first woe passed, 2 woes are still coming up after these things. So we have sort of this idea of Abaddon as being a place of destruction in Proverbs 15. But what we have here is the abyss where evil spirits have been kept. And it opens up. So this is no longer synonymous with, say, Sheol. Well, you could interpret in Proverbs 15 that Sheol and Abaddon are closely related. Here in Revelation, we now get the idea that Abaddon is more of synonymous for that dungeon where the evil spirits are kept. After being cast out, they are sent to this watery place. It's sometimes described where they wait their judgment, and only now they're being released. They're being unleashed upon the human population. So then, who is this angel of the abyss who takes on the name of the place, Abaddon? We don't really know who he is. He does seem to be the head of his cell block, though. All right. So My producer says he's a community organizer. Abaddon is a community organizer. Yeah, so uh-huh. Abaddon care, much like Obamacare, but nicer. Ooh, ouch, ouch. But true. Yeah, I'd more trust myself to Abaddon care than Obamacare, but hey, who am I? Okay, so exegetical apologetics. Arizonian stung 9 times. Laugh out loud. Feels like fire. Yes. Oh yeah. I've never been stung by a scorpion, but I've heard the reports. Okay. And frankly, it's an experience I can do without. I can bypass that experience just fine. I will take other people's word for it. Okay. People sometimes ask me if whenever I go to Egypt, have I seen a scorpion or a snake? I've never seen a scorpion. I've never seen a snake in Egypt. I've seen centipedes in Egypt. I've seen lots of lizards in Egypt. Lots of wild dogs, but no scorpions and no snakes. And I'm happy with that. I don't want... And I've only heard the crocodiles. Okay. So the fact is, we just don't know who this angel is. It does seem to be named after the place. It does seem to be... The place does seem to be implied that this is the abyss that's used to hold the angels. What exactly... And yet, Proverbs 15 does seem to imply that it is somehow related to Sheol. We don't exactly know how, but there's lots of places in the spiritual realm that could be distinct from each other. So, Darkblade, will Abaddon be on the tour? Let's hope not. He's not invited. Yeah, he's definitely not invited. Of course, if this war goes off with Lebanon, that could change things too. So, the situation still is not clear, and I wish it was a little more clear. Yeah. So, but if you are interested about the tour, please sign up for it, because if the tour goes off, doesn't go off, you will be refunded. Whereas if the tour does go off, you'll miss out. So we still recommend that you sign up, even if the situation there is not quite clear. Because one of the things we know about the Middle East is things change fast. Things can change in a day. It can be dangerous one day and perfectly safe the next. So, quite literally. In fact, I'll say this. Sometimes better to go there after a little bit of turmoil. Well, that seems a little strange to say, but it's sometimes safer and more convenient. You get better deals. A lot better deals on everything. I mean, I noticed that when I went after the Arab Spring, the price of everything was just so cheap. And it was totally safe. Abaddon horse cart carriage on the tour. It will be if I'm driving it, I'll say. It'll be totally destruction if I'm riding that horse cart. Guy who loves for less tourism. Oh yeah, after a period of turmoil in the Middle East, there'll be a lot less tourism. And when there's less tourism, prices of everything goes down. Yeah, it is sad because this is how they do it. This is what they're doing to feed their family. But as a savvy tourist, you can do very well. Okay. Um, as I said, my first trip to Egypt, I think I spent 1,200 British pounds total for the whole thing. So that was 8 day stay. It was an 8 day stay in Luxor. Um, so that was oh yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, my the hotel was 18 pounds a night. I mean, it was crazy cheap, but it was just right after the Arab Spring. So yeah, it was just like so ridiculously cheap. So furniture shopping in Egypt, well, your trouble's going to be getting it home, but there's always shipping. Yeah, they do have some nice furniture, I will say. Um, perhaps this could yield the furniture store opportunities people were asking about. There is some nice furniture there. I will say that. It's just shipping it back that's costly. It can be done. Yeah, you can get some very unique, gorgeous furniture there. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Exegetical apologize. I'm deeming this the incredible Falk episode. Well, but getting back to the furniture, one of the things you'll see is that um I saw some furniture in Egypt when I was there, and some beautiful. I mean, there's some beautiful silk. Like they have a silk tapestry, uh, upholstered furniture, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's really beautiful stuff. So yeah, there's the opportunity to get furniture there. So yeah, the accessories like the throw pillows, vases. I mean, the metal vases. Uh, they have a what's it called now. I forget what the name of it is, but they have these metal vases that are like intricately cut. So they've got like patterns in them. Beautiful stuff. Really, really beautiful. And if you want to do deck act, yeah, that's a good place to do it. Yeah, not period smash. Well, I won't be doing that in Egypt, okay? I don't want to go to an Egyptian prison. Thank you. All right, let's finish up with these super chats because after midnight now, and we want to get this done. Okay, so we're gonna start racing through these. Okay, so Darkblade asked the members question: is Ibzan, Elon, and Abaddon between Jephthah and Samson judges 12, 8 to 15 bad judges? Yes. How do we know either way? Because the book is arranged in didactic order. Okay? Anytime you get something arranged in didactic order, it's going to be ranged from good to bad. We see this, for example, in the book of Joshua, where Joshua is arranged in didactic order from good tribes to bad tribes. Even if it doesn't say it specifically, if it's in that part of the book, it's assumed to be a bad judge or a bad tribe. So, even though Ibzan, Elon, and Abaddon were not, we don't get much information, almost no information about them. They're presumed to be bad judges. And we're supposed to kind of gauge their behavior between Jephthah and Samson. Okay? So, they're worse than Jephthah and better than Samson. I'll leave the rest to your. That's not saying much. That's a really low bar, as my producer just said. Really low bar. So assume they're not good judges. Okay? And we'll all be happy. Okay, next super chat here is from Visual Dawn for 20 pounds. Thank you for that very generous super chat. And he says, screen here. What's your favorite verse in the Bible? Mine is Genesis 1:16, which ends with "He made the stars also." Sounds so casual. I don't think I have a favorite verse. I mean, I just keep going through the Bible so much back and forth that I don't stop to sort of focus and dwell on one verse. There's sometimes when some verses will resonate with me more, but right now I can't think of off the top of my head what my favorite verse would be. Again, it's just I keep just going through the whole thing. The whole thing sort of impresses me, so hard to be sort of taken with just one thing when you keep opening the book and finding something new. So, um, yeah, I like it. I like your selection though. Yeah, this sounds so casual. Yeah. Mechanique for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Please provide an overview of the seven spirits of God, Isaiah 11:2, Zechariah 4:10, Revelation 5:4. I'd say attributes of the Spirit's ministries. Is that what this is? We don't know. Okay, so straight up, this who are the seven spirits is really hotly debated. We don't know, but we'll look at the alternatives here that you pointed out, which is Isaiah 11, verse 2, and the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and strength, the Spirit of knowledge, and the fear of the Lord. So there's one possibility right here that each of these is an attribute. A spirit that focuses on a particular aspect of ministry. The idea of, but then again, here you got the Spirit of the Lord. What exactly aspect is that? But it is one of the seven. Wisdom, understanding, okay, you can get that as attributes. Counsel, strength, okay, sure. Knowledge and fear, sure. But the Spirit of the Lord is as the first of the seven. Well, maybe, but it's hard to say for sure. What's probably more likely here is that the seven spirits of God are really just connoting completeness, more than, say, anything specific. Yeah, it's an idiomatic number. I think it's an idiomatic number, but we'll just take a look at the other passages here. Zechariah 4:10. For who has despised the day of small things? But these seven will be glad to see when they see the plumb line in the hands of Zerubbabel. These are the eyes of the Lord which range to and fro throughout the land. Okay, now this is a reference again to angelic spirits. So that's, again, to be expected here. But again, the seven spirits, again, will be a sign of completeness. Basically, a fullness of sight and understanding. And likewise, Revelation 4. 4 verse 5. And from the throne proceed flashes of lightning and sounds and peals of thunder. And there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. So again, I think what we have here is not so much a aspects of ministry as per se, but I think what we have here is basically God's completeness over the spiritual world. Basically, that whole sort of 7 being that symbol of what is complete. It is one of the idiomatic numbers that we do find. Again, for those who don't know, the 3 idiomatic numbers that we find in the texts are 7, 12, and 40. So I would suspect here that because we are talking about 7 here as being sort of that number of completeness, that, God has complete knowledge of what is going on here. And the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches. Because we're told that the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches of. But we also know that the 7 churches aren't just 7 churches of Ephesus, although they are that too. Or sorry, of Asia Minor. But they're that too. There were more than 7 churches in Asia Minor. A lot more. But the 7 churches of Asia Minor represent the complete church. The fullness of the church. So I think what we have here is 7 spirits that represent the completeness or the fullness of the spirit realm. So that's what I think is going on here. But again, it's a controversial subject. Various exegetes have various different opinions on this, but I think that's probably the best one we have. Juan for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Are Israelites originally from Canaan or from Ur? Depends how you define Israelite. Okay? That's going to be the $1 million question here. How you answer this is going to depend on how you answer Israelite. Was Abraham from Ur? Ur-Kashdim? Yes. Okay, I think it's Ur-Kesh. Abraham is there. But not all of the descendants of Abraham are Israelites. Okay? Some are Moabites. Some are Edomites. Some are Kenites. Some are Ishmaelites. Okay, so same with the descendants of Isaac. Okay, now once you're in Isaac, you're no longer in Ur, you're in Canaan. But are the descendants of Isaac Israelites? Well, descendants of Jacob are, but not the descendants of Esau. So, is that Israelites? Well, no, not really. Because they go down to Egypt. They're basically Asiatic Semites. They're not called Israelites while they're in Egypt. They're essentially Semitic Asiatics. They live there, and when they're called out of Egypt with the mixed multitude, and they're drawn into Sinai, God leads them out of Egypt and basically makes them a new nation. That's when they become Israelites. So, in very technical language, that's when God makes them a nation. God makes them a nation in Sinai. And it's in Sinai that the mixed multitude is grafted into the sons of Jacob. That's when they become Israelites. So, is it in Canaan? No. Is it in Ur? No. It's in Sinai. Sinai is where Israelites come from, where they originate. And it's only because God pulled them out of Egypt. So, that's the origin of the Israelites. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we got a new member here, a new to YouTube member, ETK. Thank you very much for becoming a member. We really appreciate your support of the channel. And ETK for $2 asks, what is the true meaning of Revelation 6, 12 to 14? Well, let's pull it up. Revelation 6, verse 12 to 14. Okay. We have just the giving the robes to the martyrs. In verse 12. When I looked, he broke the 6th seal, and there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth made of hair. The whole moon became like blood, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth as a fig tree casts its unripe fruit when shaken by a great wind. And the sky was split apart like the scroll when it was rolled up, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. And the kings of the earth, and the great men of the commanders, and the rich and the strong, and every slave and free man, hid themselves in caves and among rocks of the mountain. And they said to the mountains, to the rocks, fall on us, hide us from the presence of him who sits on the throne and the wrath of the Lamb. For the great day of their wrath has come. Who is able to stand? Okay. So, what is the true meaning of this? The sixth seal is broken. This is the prelude to the great day of the Lord. That's what's going on here. So, basically, the whole earth is being shaken up. We've had the 5 seals opened, and now we're getting to the 6th. And the 6th seal is just before the consummation, before the return of the Lord. So this is what's preceding it. So you've had all the strife of the Great Tribulation, and then at the end of it, 6 seals broken, there's a massive earthquake, the sun's blotted out, and the moon becomes like blood. Now again, we have to be clear about this. Blood is not red. Okay? Not in the ancient world. They're not thinking blood is in red here. This again is blood is black as his blood. And I have to keep reminding people of this. Blood in the ancient world is not red. It's black. Battlefield black. Okay? The sun became black as sackcloth made of hair, and the whole moon became like blood. Black as in blood. So the sun becomes black, and the moon becomes black. I've had a lot of people come to me and say, oh, I don't understand this passage in verse 12. Because how can the sun go black and the moon turn red? No. No, it's not red. It's black. It's just a poetic way of saying black in a different way. Because you have the sun, black as sackcloth, made of hair. Goat hair, by the way. This is goat hair. The sackcloth is made of goat hair. So it's sackcloth made of the hair of black goats. So you have the sun turning black and the moon turning black. Now that makes a lot more sense of the text. Okay, honestly, I still sort of get a laugh out of the Hal Lindsey stuff. The Hal Lindsey, what was it? Jenkins, you know, the whole Left Behind garbage, where they talk about the moon turning red like a ruby. No, it's not red like a ruby. It's black. Okay. Oh, no, that's not a sensationalistic thing at all. No, definitely not. So, the moon's turning black, the sun's turning black, the sun and moon are blotted out, essentially. So that would make a lot of sense because, hey, you know, if the sun's not given its light, neither's the moon, because the moon's reflecting that light. So this makes perfect sense if you view blood as battlefield black. Okay? BC new Pantone colored battlefield black. Yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, I've had to point this out too with, say, you know, the river turning the blood in the book of Exodus. It's not turning red, it's turning black. Like oozy, oily, gooey black. Same thing with the moon. Whole moon's turning oozy, oily black. Verse 13, and the stars fell to the earth, as fig casts its unripe figs when shaken by a great tree. So there's essentially kind of a meteor shower thingy going on here. And the sky was split apart like the scroll when it was rolled up, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. So what we have here is a cataclysmic set of events. Sun goes dark. Moon goes dark. If you have the sun and the moon go dark, the skies go black. Everything goes black. And the sky sort of rolls open and you get this shower of meteors. And things get really, really not good. There's a great earthquake. Everything's disturbed. You've got mountain and island moved out of their places. It's cataclysm. It's cataclysm. And the people on Earth panic. They really, really panic. Well, I also didn't have electricity too, so yeah, that doesn't help. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what's going on here. It's describing a situation where everything's going, the lights are going off. The sun's going out, the moon's going out. You've got stuff falling from the heavens, and a bunch of earthquake. A big earthquake that's shaking up the geography. So that's probably as best as we can understand it right now on this side of the prophetic veil. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Juan has a member question here. Are there concerns that the vast majority of Old Testament, New Testament scholars, programs, journals, TT positions are mostly non-Christian? Doesn't that happen with other religions? No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen with other religions in the same way as it happens to, say Christians. For one thing, there are a lot more Christian programs in the West than there are non-Christian religion, or say non-Christian religious studies programs. You don't find a lot of, say, Buddhist programs in North America. Most of them you're going to find in Southeast Asia. And they're going to be occupied by scholars who are also tend to be Buddhists. Same as like Hindu studies programs. Hindu studies programs tend to be typically held by basically people who believe in Hinduism. So you don't see that a lot. The thing that you tend to find, because of in the West here, we're living in a post-Christianum. So we're living in a post-Christian society. Those positions will be taken over by non-Christians as we move ever more into a secularist culture. Now, that might happen in other countries as well. There's no reason why that couldn't happen. Like, for example, in China. Even though you have Buddhist studies programs in China, there is the potential for those positions to be occupied by non-Buddhists as that society becomes more and more secular over time. So it's possible that there's nothing preventing it from happening to others, but there's some religions that are more, and some religious studies programs that are more resilient to it. Like, one of the things is you're not going to find a whole lot of secular Islamic studies. Okay? You're just not going to find that. Yeah, we are all dreaming of that moderate, liberal Islamic studies program. Good luck finding it. Again, there's no reason why it couldn't happen. It just hasn't happened. At least not to any great extent. So again, it's not something, this sort of this move to, say, a majority of, say, scholars, religious scholars being of not that religion, is something that seems to be much more of a Western phenomenon. And of course, in the West, the majority religion prior to secularization was Christianity. So it does make sense that Christianity, the post in Christianity, would be infiltrated by those who happen to not be Christian. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. One here. Jack Ray, and we're almost at the end of the super chats here. For $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts about Logos software? Is it worth it? I don't know. I don't use it. I have no idea if it's worth it or not. I don't have a subscription to Logos. I don't use Logos. I can't say. I use BibleWorks, and they're out of business now, so I don't even know about that. So, I mean, my subscription to BibleWorks isn't even valid anymore because they don't exist. They don't exist as a company. Which is a shame, but... So, I did use for a while Lebronics, but I don't really use it anymore. It just doesn't serve my needs like it once did. I used to use Lebronics because of the commentaries, because it gave me access to certain commentaries. But I don't need. I have access to those commentaries through other means now, so I don't even use that. So for me, I just nowadays just primarily use BibleWorks, and that's the extent of my software that I use. So I know some people use it. I know you can buy my book through Logos. Well, that's cool. I think it's a cool thing. It's not as nice as when you get the book through printing, but hey, that works for you better. You know, more power to you. But so anyway, don't have any thoughts on Logos. Haven't used it. But anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Where's it? 1227. Okay, Elder Yelrod project. Peace Akira Falk. How do we contact Dr. Falk for a panel discussion on the historicity of Jesus? Okay, I'm not a great guy for the historicity of Jesus. Okay, just that's not my specialty. So, it's not something. There are other people out there that do this a lot better than I do. Okay, I'm basically an Exodus guy. I'm an Egyptologist. I'm an ancient Near Eastern specialist. Once you start getting into, say, the New Testament, that's almost out of my wheelhouse. I do some work on the New Testament only because it relates to the Old Testament. Like, I can do Revelation because that's all Old Testament stuff. Just okay. People just don't know it. Jack Ray, post interesting times. Yep. Post interesting. Okay, so I would recommend you find somebody else for the historicity of Jesus. Okay, I'm not a great resource for that. But if you did need to contact me for something else that's more in my specialty, I can be contacted through two places. Twitter and through Facebook. Okay? I could be, you can instant message me through Facebook or direct message me through Twitter. Okay? Just let me know who you are on Facebook when you send that message, because I get a lot of weird people contacting me on Facebook. Okay, so I have to know who you are and where you're coming from and how you know how to contact me. Okay, so that's what I would say is contact me either through Twitter or through Facebook. That's the best way to contact me. It's the way you're most likely to get a response out of me. don't try to email me. Okay? People who email me tend up going into the bit bucket because I just am so overwhelmed with emails that I never get to answer emails. How do I say this? When people contact me through Facebook or Twitter, they tend to send me really short messages, and I can handle that. When people email me, they tend to send me their life story. I'm not kidding about this. I will get an essay of 10 pages of their life story, and it's like, oh yeah, can you answer me this question about the Sea of Reeds? It's like, why didn't you just send me that last bit? Why? 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 Yeah. Yeah, we're busy. We don't have time to. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's for you. It's really important that you excelled at Rotary Club, but couldn't find a job in the computer market afterwards, and then had to be a shoe salesman for 30 years. Okay, yeah, okay, but how does that relate to your question on, say, the historicity of Moses? Okay. So yeah, I mean, if people email me, they tend to send me very, very long emails with their life story, and that's usually not relevant directly to their question. I'll even sometimes get people who say, well, and just basically go on for 4 or 5 pages about how they're having doubts, and they'll talk about their doubts for for way too long, and then ask the question. You know, all they needed to say is what the question was. Yeah, I don't even need the having the doubts. Just ask the question. I don't know. I don't need to know that. So, um, so if you do contact me, I prefer Facebook or Twitter because people are a lot shorter. I can read that in a reasonable amount of time. It doesn't take me 30 minutes to read through the whole thing to get to the point. So I just have a no email policy now. So unless you're really adamant on the email, and then even then it's usually doesn't work out very well. Like for example, Suneder contacted me, wanted me back on his. He wanted me to do a one-on-one interview, and I told him it's going to. I need to do this in a text format. So he contacts me on Facebook Instant Messenger. Like, okay, this is ideal, but he won't respond. He won't respond on Instant Messenger. He says he sends me his email address, and so okay, I'll do the email for this. So I sent him an email message, and he never contacts me back. So even then, it doesn't work that well. Okay, so yeah, if you need to contact me, Facebook Instant Messenger, tell me who you are, where you're from, or through Twitter. Okay, so thank you very much for the question, and if there's something that I can is more in my wheelhouse, I'll be more than happy to help. Okay. We're down to the final couple super chats here. Algot Robertson, there's 20 Swedish kroner. Thank you very much for the super chat. How are we to understand free will and blessings? Ooh. Ah. Ah. All right, let me find that then. Let me find the further context here, because apparently there's more context to this. 1033 is where you. let's get back to the original context. Okay, there's it. Okay, context. Context matters. He says, I have a friend that refuses to report his employer for lethal working conditions, but instead he waits God's blessing to change. Ooh. Eee. Report your employer. Jeez, don't mess with that, man. I mean, if you've got unsafe working conditions, your recourse through God is your ability to report. You know, that is your recourse from God, is to report it. Look, jobs come, jobs go. You can, especially in today's sort of gig work environment, people will have many jobs in a lifetime. You know, it's not like in my dad's day, where he had one job for his entire life and retired after 35 years with a gold watch. Now, that doesn't exist anymore, really. So that whole idea of refusing to report your employer for, I mean, what if somebody gets hurt? What if someone gets killed? Oh, come on! I mean, just like, oh man. Well, what are the consequences if he doesn't report it? I mean, well, we don't know the situation. Jack Ray, lethal sounds like a contract soldier in the Russian army now. Yeah, well, yeah. Well, there's times when you can't report it because you'll be killed. I mean, especially, who's this guy working for? The mafia? If it's Boeing, he couldn't. Yeah, if he's working for Boeing and he reports it, he'll probably end up dead. Okay, but I am taking that seriously. That is Boeing. You didn't hear about Boeing? I shouldn't talk about Boeing anymore. Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah. A lot of this will depend on the situation. Okay, now, first of all, you can't rely on God to just change your circumstances. You know, sometimes that happens, but that's especially in a situation here where it's a bad situation, it's illegal. Is it illegal? Is it immoral? And if it is, there's going to be implications to this. Like, wow. That's a tough one, but it's less tough than, yeah. Yeah, that's what I would do is, I think my producer has it right there. Find another job and then report them. Okay? Jack Ray, Boeing seems to have the Russian practice of hostile windows. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah. As that's unfolding, that's really turning ugly. Whoa. Yeah, that Boeing situation's bad. So yeah, I would say your friend needs to find a new employer, a new enlightened employer, and then understand that the blessings will come out of that. Okay? So this is more than just free will and blessings. It's a matter of trust. Okay? You got to trust God that he will provide. So you got to trust God that he's going to provide in the current situation and a new situation. So then if you jump ship because it's dangerous, and look, if the guy's got wife and kids too, that just adds complexity to this, but the wife and kids are not going to do well without a dad. If he ends up dying on the job, that's not good for the wife and kids. So if there's a legal work situation, it's usually illegal if it's lethal. So, and then you get into the whole whistleblower thing and retributive firings and that sort of thing. But that would be Jack Ray. Wife and kids would rather have dad than a white lotta or a sack of fish. Yeah, I would agree. I'd say just don't mess with that. Just don't mess with that. That's just, yeah, that's just a bad situation. You got to get yourself out of that. Or your friend does. Your friend has to find a position where he's more likely to come home alive. So, there comes a time when the money's just not worth it. Okay. And our last super chat here is from Ryan Naylor for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. God bless, courtesy of my 48th birthday last week. Well, happy birthday. Keep on keeping on, brother. Well, thank you. And thank you for supporting the channel. We appreciate it. Glad you could be here tonight. We, especially given your birthday, 48 is basically a good, respectable number now. So, thank you so very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your support of the channel. Okay, I'm going to take another couple of really quick non-super chats, and we're not? Okay. We'll take one non-super chat. Got one for me? All right, I will look for one non-super chat, and we'll call it a night. We'll just take one then. And then we'll call it. I'll take this one. Okay, Jonathan Walker. I'll take this one here from Jonathan Walker, and we'll call it a night. I've been watching some of your videos lately, and every time you say click on the card above, there isn't a card. Are you aware of this? Yes, I am. Also, your website doesn't completely load on my end. Well, okay, I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to check the website. We don't maintain it as much as we used to. YouTube has basically taken over our functions, everything that we've done now on the website. So we don't really keep the website up to date, except for the groundhog chronology stuff. We're updating that because of the article. So there's new stuff coming out for groundhog, plus software update. And so apart from groundhog, there's probably not a lot new on the website. So I'd have to go see if that. Now, the card issue. I'm aware of this because it's something I forget frequently. There's been times when I upload a video, I'll reference a card in the video, and forget to put the card in the video. Because it's the very last step you do in YouTube uploading. Yeah. Yeah, it's usually happening at 7 o'clock in the morning. And usually when the video has to go up at 8. So there's apologies to that. We do understand that the cards do get lost. because I forget to upload them. So that's apologies for that, but when I find them, I fix them. Bane Ray, he might be talking about Groundhog not loading. I think most people had it to enable something. Yeah, you had to unload the insecure script video. We might have fixed that on some browsers now. I did find a bug just 2 days ago that might fix that on browsers. So we have made a lot of updates, and frankly, the thing is, with the Groundhog chronology laboratory, that's the peer review article I'm working on right now, is on the Groundhog software. So a lot of things have been fixed in recent days. I just haven't had a lot of time to work on it, so it just is one of those things that it doesn't get my full attention. So we are going to be releasing a user manual for it. We'll be releasing. I think we're at version 146 of the software now. Like that. We don't do subversions, so we just increment the number. So, but there's a lot that has been changed. Oh, it's on the Egypt in the Bible website. It shows a white page with text, the missing icon image. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with the Egypt in the Bible stuff. I haven't looked at those sites in a while. So here. Egypt and that's coming up for me. I don't know why it's not coming up for you. No, it shouldn't be. No, Egypt in the Bible's coming up. Unless you're doing... Okay, if you do HTTPS, it won't come up. You have to do just HTTP. It's not a secured... The Egypt in the Bible is not a secured site. So you have to do it HTTP, not HTTPS. Okay, so that's what's happening with the Egypt in the Bible website. It's HTTP. I know that there are some sites that, like some indexing sites that enforce HTTPS. It doesn't. It's not. No, it's not an expired certificate. It's just I haven't configured it correctly. I haven't had the time to do it. But it is one of those. Was it website certificates? It's yeah. It was a free certificate. Where's this? 816. Okay, we'll take one more non-super chat here. 816. Back to 816. Yeah, we've done a lot of work. This whole peer review article thing has. We've had to do a lot of updates on a lot of fixes on Groundhog. So, it's been a good process as far as that goes, but it's just the time constraints have just been horrible. Yeah, it would have been a lot better for us if we had the time, without fooling around with them, the editors. Okay, you said 816? Okay, Andy Gun Wild. Okay, we'll take this question here. I'm receiving a lot of pressure from my family to go to Biola. I want to learn theology in college, but how do I explain why Biola sucks? Ooh. Okay. We should know why, or why is your family pressuring you to go to Biola? That's a really good. We would need to know that, because family will pressure you to go to various schools for various reasons. Okay. One, they may be pressuring you to go there because they went there. They might be pressuring you to go there because they get a discount there. And frankly, college is expensive, so if they're paying the bills, it's hard to say no to that. Are they pressuring you just to go to Bible college in general? And that's the only one they know of. In which case, you might be able to say, hey, or as Bible actually says, the distance from home, that matters. That was a huge consideration in my case. In my case, when I went to undergrad, I could only select colleges that were within driving distance of home. My parents wouldn't permit any other. So there's a lot of reasons why parents want you to go to a specific college. So I would actually ask your parents why this is why they're putting the pressure on you, finding out what their concerns are, and then see if there's some way you can work with their concerns. It's better in this particular case not to fight their concerns, but to work with their concerns, so that you can learn theology in an environment that sort of isn't a waste of time. Okay? So that's what I would recommend here. Man, this stream is really making me understand Matthew 26:41. Matthew 20. I'm not sure what he means by that, but 26. Cool. Keep watching and praying that you may not enter into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Fair enough. A 5-hour stream. Yeah, it was a 5-hour stream tonight. Okay. Was there anything else? Let's take a fun one. I've never played any of those. It's a fun one. Okay. Okay, give me the fun one. What time is that? 9:37. We'll end with this fun one. ETK, Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis. Ooh! Oh, we'll take that one. The one that just came up. It's close enough. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, ETK asks this will be the last question of the night. This is a fun one. Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis? Oh. Ooh. Now that's a tough choice. I've never played. I've only sort of kind of played Sega Genesis once or twice, but I played a lot of Super Nintendo. And the reason I played a lot of Super Nintendo was when I worked at Zellers. And I used to work at Zellers, yes, another place I've worked. I used to work in the home entertainment department. So we sold things such as televisions, radios, CDs, cassette tapes, and Nintendos, Super Nintendos. And they had a kiosk there where people could try out the Super Nintendo. Of course, the game they kept having loop there was a Street Fighter. So I actually played a lot of Super Nintendo because after work shift was over and before the store was closed, I would take a few minutes and go play Super Nintendo before leaving work. So I liked Super Nintendo. I thought it was a great system. I thought it was fun to play. It was a good system. I liked it. Now, if I recall best, Sega actually had better graphics from what I recall. That the graphics were better on the Sega, but I also, from what I recall too, it didn't have as good a selection of games. So, yeah, the clock screen was faster. Oh, it's okay. So Jack Ray actually had played this. Yeah. Jack Ray says Genesis Street Fighter was faster. Genesis had a faster clock with worse graphics than Super Nintendo. Okay. Yeah. I remembered it having better graphics, but I could be wrong there. Better graphics on the Super NES. Okay, I believe it. I mean, it was fun. I loved it. I loved it. I didn't own one. I've never owned a game machine. Okay. But as I said, I played the Super Nintendo a lot after work. So, but ETK says, I grew up on Super Nintendo, but I've been getting into Sega for the last few years to see what I missed out on. Okay. Hey, Tyrell, Christostomo, we don't do proselytizing on this channel, by the way. So just keep that in mind. So it's not going to resonate here. Better music on the Sega. Well, that's consideration too. BC, get both if you can. Yeah, as I said, I played a lot of Super NES. I didn't play much of the Sega, but I played more. I've never played like Super Mario or a lot of those games, but I used to play, as I say, Street Fighter, and I played some Mortal Kombat too. Played that as well on the Super NES. So that was a lot of fun to do. So anyway, that's where we're going to call it for the night. That's going to be the last of the questions. Okay. So, I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. It was another great question and answer session. We want to thank those who gave us super chats and donated to the channel. Your support puts food on our table and helps us to continue to work, which we really, really appreciate. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters and our YouTube members. You guys help keep the lights on and you keep the equipment repaired, which has been expensive in the last month. We have been, with the upgrades and the repairs that we had to make to the server, yeah, we really appreciate you guys right now because we couldn't have repaired that stuff without you. Finally, we want to thank you, thank our regular subscribers who subscribe to the channel, who hit the like button, and who share our URLs of our media with other social media platforms because you guys get the message out there. And with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.